Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where for somebody, Week 7 is going to be heaven beneath the church here in Portsmouth. And what a lineup we have for you. 12 players, a real cosmopolitan field over the next week or so. A number of different continents being represented as well. But before we look ahead to all of the action today, let's have a look back at Saturday night, where Grundy was the victor. Van Peer got off to the perfect start, demolishing Robert Thornton 4-0 in the space of 7.5 minutes. As for Paul Hogan, he betted an off-cutter Chaz Barstow in his opening game, 4-1. Thornton headed for the exit door in Game 3, spurning a 3-1 lead against Adam Hunt, before then being beaten in a last leg decider. Hunt pinning tops to knock the ball out. And Barstow followed in being eliminated in the group stages. He had a dart to qualify 4-0, but lost 4-3 to Rob Grundy. Van Peer topped Group 1 after a 4-2 victory against Adam Hunt. And in the other table positioning clash, Grundy beat Hogan in a last leg decider. In the semi-finals, Crocodile Dundee had too much of a bite for Berry as Van Peer departed, his hopes dashed. Whilst Rob Grundy had too much for Adam Hunt in his Final Four clash to set up our finale.
Robbie requires 76.
So he hits the treble 20. It's double 8.
Game, shot,
and he
and
wins over Paul Hogan. 4-0. He is our Saturday night champion. It's Rob Grundy. Look at what it means to him. It's been a marvellous few months for this man.
Yeah, it was a fun day for Grundy at the Super Series. Matthew Edgar was watching all the action in the commentary box, and he's going to be with us for the first few days this week as well. Matt, always great to be in your company. Let's go back to Saturday night and to Rob Grundy, a player who, since we've seen him here at the Super Series the first time round, has gone from strength to strength outside of here and has now won a weekly title.
And looks so good in doing it as well. At no point on Saturday night did I really feel he was ever going to lose a match. He won all his matches, despite the fact he was massively behind in some of those games. 3-0 down, 3-1 down, was able to turn those around. And that's the sign of a really good quality player. When you don't need everything to be going your way to be able to do that, he's shown really good fight and determination to turn those around, and dominance in that final as well. From the start to the finish, there was only ever one winner.
When you look at the Champions Week field this time around, and we are halfway through it, we're looking at that field and you look at the players in there, maybe aside from the flashy flair that we may see from some players, the players that are in it, they're the most consistent types. And I think people are working this formula out now, aren't they?
They are, and consistency is the key. I've said that all along, but what we did see from Rob Grundy this past week was some real quality at times, and he's won that Challenge Tour title as well recently, which again shows that quality. And I don't think he's just a candidate to win weekly titles. I think he's a real challenger here for Champions Week. I would not be surprised to see him lift that one.
Well, we'll find out at the end of October whether he can do that. October the 31st, the start date for Champions Week. But we're looking forward to the start of Week 7 here at the Super Series. And it really is some lineup for you this week. We've got, well, a real cross-field, cosmopolitan field towards Group A players from Japan, Norway, Sweden, and England involved in the action. We've got a Welshman later on in the week in Mike Gillett and an Irishman in the form of Shane McGurk in Group C as well. But we'll talk about Suzuki and Painter in just a second because they're going to play in our first game. But Haruki Murematsu also here as well. We've got players from Norway, players from Sweden. We promised more international players, and you look at this Group A, we've definitely got that.
And players that are performing well at the moment in their representative tours as well. When we look at people like Murematsu, he's playing very well over in Asia at the moment. Cord Decker's doing some good bits at the moment on the PDC Nordic and Baltic as well. So I've always said this is like worlds colliding, where we take the players that are playing well around the world and put them into one venue, see who can come out on top. And that's what we've got this week. We've got the worlds colliding from various different tours.
Well, let's have a look at the outright betting then for Group A, because Interestingly, Andreas Harrison and Haruki Murematsu are both joint favourites at 11-4. Haruki on debut. Andreas, who we've seen some good stuff from here at the Super Series in the past, but maybe not on the type of consistent scale that we would expect from him.
I think that's basically welcome to Group 7. I think that's what we've seen from all the players over time. We've seen some very, very good stuff from all of these players on the various tours in which they are playing, but just like that little bit of consistency at times. And if anyone can find that here, they're going to win this group quite comfortably, I think, because it's going to be a bit wavy. I expect performances to be up and down across the 3 days. And I think this is going to be one of them groups that's actually won with a lower point score than we've seen before.
Well, let's have a look then at the bet builder. This is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the various exchanges, and we put it into a handy little ACCA for you. It pays just under 5-1 today. They're all in the match winners category. And Matt, what's your assessment?
Exactly what you just said there. They're all in the match winners category. Normally, we've got to look deeper into the markets, and you start looking at things like 180 markets, handicap markets. There's so much value today in just staying on the straight match winners. The reason for that is what we said already, that it's a very tightly packed group, and we're expecting sort of peaks and dips in performance. So with that, I would say stay away from the opening games, see how they go, and then get involved from match 2.
Well, game 1 of our day sees Mikuru Suzuki take on Kevin Painter. Mikuru, of course, 2 times world champion, winner of a women's series title at the weekend, averaging above the ton in some of those games as well. So are you surprised when you look at the outright betting to see her 14-1, bottom of the list, to go on and win the group?
Both answers, yes and no. Yes, because of what you're saying. She's playing very well at the moment. She's getting those sort of women's tour titles. She's very high in the order of merit, looking very good for a place at Ali Pali. But then knowing the fact that we've missed her for a couple of years, she won those back-to-back world championships. Chris Mason at the time said she's the Phil Taylor of the women's game, and she's going to take it to new heights. She went to Ali Pali, nearly beat James Richardson, and then a couple of days later, Fallon Sherrock beat Ted Everts, and then it went to new heights. Since then, we've not seen the best of her, but it's starting to come back through again now.
Well, he takes on Kevin Painter in our first game of the group here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So it's the Miracle up against the Artist to kick-start things with prime time in the commentary box, and the nickname of the other guy in the commentary box, simply Murph.
Well, thank you very much, Henry. The nicest thing you've ever said about me. But we will see some nice darts today, that's for sure. Mikuru Suzuki, the Japanese star, as Henry alluded to, made her way down from the women's series in Wigan, where she won one of the titles, along with Fallon Sherrock, who we've seen here at the Super Series recently. Lisa Ashton also picked up a title, and Bo Greaves, the top 4 on the women's series order of merit, all taking victories. Mikuru Suzuki. I actually agree with what they were saying. I think it's a bit of a surprise that she's the outsider for this group, the 41-year-old twice world champion against the former world championship finalist and 2011 players champion Kevin the Artist Painter, a practice partner of the man who's just joined me in commentary. Morning, Matthew Edgar.
Morning, Chris. Morning, everyone. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky game for me to call, actually, throughout the week with Kevin Painter, because I'd like to think of when we look at Kevin Painter's game, I'll probably know it better than most people, inside and out. Been practicing with him for about
first leg is
11
Mikuru
or
to
12
throw
years
first.
now.
Game on.
Yeah, you will. And we all know Kevin Painter inside and out, or at least we feel we do when we're watching him, because he doesn't leave anything to chance. We don't have to guess how he's thinking and feeling. But Mikuru Suzuki
85.
will be coming here with a bit of form. She did crash, really crashed in the last event of the women's series yesterday. She won a couple of games and then lost to
41.
Leanne Topper with a really low average, 4-0, a real shock defeat. And she took to social media to just have a little moan about jet lag, and you can sympathise with that for Suzuki.
There's a lot of travelling going on. I remember during COVID and during the lockdown period, she had a game with Phil Taylor. And during that period of time, she did actually mention that she wants to one day be a PDC tour card holder, but if she's going to do that, she's going to have to relocate to the UK. We have seen in the past people like John Part,
60.
when he used to be backwards and forwards all the time, find it successful. But for that one story of John Part, I can probably name 1,000 others that haven't found it successful.
82.
Yeah, absolutely. She's very prominent on the Asian tour. Of course, the PDC putting on a tour out there, and she plays regularly against male players. I've just been looking at a record actually against men. And she's
82.
won more than she's lost, Mikuru Suzuki. Played 82 matches against male opposition, won 44, lost 38, including victories against a player she's going to
140.
play later on in the penultimate match of the day, Haruki Muramatsu. So I'm surprised that she was the outsider for this group.
Especially how big of an outsider as well. Not just being the outsider, but it was almost
43.
like she was
Kevin
given no
Nuka,
chance by the odds
101.
compilers.
Well, Painter has the first chance in this first fixture of the day. He's not going to take it out, but with
69.
Suzuki on such a big
Mikuru
shot,
Nuka,
you would half expect to be
146.
back. Although here I am giving her no chance.
It's contagious.
And she's got a chance. Yeah, she was hunting down the treble 18, just went the wrong side.
86. Kevin Nuka, 32.
So double 16 for Kevin Painter to start his campaign.
Game shot on
And
the
I feel
first
it's quite
leg.
important for Kevin Painter to start
Painter.
his campaign quite well, especially on the doubles, because when we look at his recent performances here,
Second leg,
it's
Kevin to
left a
throw
lot to be
first.
desired, and he's very aware
Game
of
on.
that, and he's been very disappointed with the performances that he's been putting in here at the Super Series. And then when we look at that seniors tour as well, my
100.
mind casts back to that match with John Part, where he went in as quite a big favourite, and his assessment was he just couldn't hit a double.
$60.
Yeah, he's been here plenty of times, hasn't he, Painter? Very mixed fortunes, actually. He's been all the way to the
100.
final before, and in other weeks he's sort of hardly even caused a splash at the Super Series. And I think that's what frustrates him, isn't it, these days, that he's just consistently inconsistent.
60.
Well, first of all, we've got to look at the outright odds for the week. He's 10 to 1. I think if he starts this week well, I think that could be incredible value moving forward, because I think he'll
60.
just grow in confidence as it goes. But we had a conversation very recently, just a couple of weeks ago, was having a practice, and he says, I don't know, I quite fancy going to Q School just for the basis of doing the challenge tour,
100.
because he doesn't feel at the moment that he's playing enough darts. Now, a couple of years ago, Kevin Painter was one of these that wanted to put the darts down and he was retired, he was done.
180.
But the seniors tour, like it has for many people, has just revitalised his love for the game, and he wants to win one of those titles, and he just doesn't feel he's playing enough darts.
Yeah, and this as well, playing at the Super Series is a
45.
regular
Kevin
here, isn't
Nuka,
it?
61.
But it's often, you know, once or twice every 3 months. Players like Painter is looking to pull off a nice combination finish here, and he
Game shot on
does
the
double his
second leg.
lead
Kevin Painter.
in this opening match against Mikuru Suzuki. Paul Hinks, our referee, just reminding Mikuru of
Third
the
leg, Mikuru to throw
rules
first.
here.
Game
10-second delay from the dart hitting the double to win the previous leg before the dart hitting the treble to start the next leg.
180.
And all three of those darts thrown to perfection there. Mikuru Suzuki with her first maximum of the day. I'm pretty sure
24.
plenty more of those.
$41.
And Mikuru Suzuki, as Kevin Painter looks to match the maximum.
140.
She's a very well-styled player, isn't she? Always exciting shirts. And nice bit of bling around the neck as well, Mr. Edgar.
60.
Looks heavy.
Yeah, I certainly want to be playing with that myself. We see some
96.
people now playing with a wristwatch on the right hand as well, don't we?
Yeah, she's got all the gear, Mikuru Suzuki. Some sort of lucky charm, I think that. Where's that sleeve as well? A lot of players are doing that these days as well. Pretty
60.
common for Asian dart players. Paul Lim obviously does the same thing.
140. Mikuro Luka 160.
Decent leg of darts from her, but Kevin Painter's playing very well in this game. Actually averaging about 96 after the best part of 3 legs here.
Well, one thing
50.
Kevin Painter's
Kevin
always been
Luka,
good at is getting ready for
101.
TV matches when you can prepare for that one game. So I expect to see him start very strong in most of these daily campaigns.
65. Mikuro Luka 110.
110 options for Suzuki. Excellent start. Excellent dart. And double 16 would make it an excellent finish.
Game
Fabulous
on
shot
the third leg.
from Akira
Mikuro
Suzuki just when Kevin Painter looked like stretching his lead to 3-0. Missed start to do so. Suzuki
Fourth leg,
claws
Kevin to
it
throw
back
first.
to 2-1.
Game on.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kevin Painter here, though. A lot of focus
1
across
out
the
of
face. You've seen
40.
Kevin Painter play darts many times over the years, and you'd have been very aware of that situation as well, where he misses that dart at a 100-plus checkout. The other player does it, and then it's the famous
1 out
Kevin
of
Painter how's
40.
your luck scenario. None of that here. So that's a good sign that he's well in control of those emotions at the moment, and
1 out of
fantastic
40.
response here from Kevin Painter. Back-to-back 140s.
Yeah, I wasn't too pleased to see Kevin Painter this morning. I actually answered the door to him,
60.
and his football team beat my football team at the weekend, unfortunately. So he was grinning like a Cheshire cat on his way in when he
135.
clocked me.
To be fair, that means you're not probably going to like a lot of people this year.
Oh, thank you very much.
1 out of 40. Kevin Luka 86.
So let's see how his finishing is here. Excellent leg of darts, 86 after just 9. And he shows Suzuki the respect by going for the bullseye.
61. Mikuro
Fails to
Luka
find it.
161.
So he needs 2 trebles to have a shot at the bullseye. Won't be doing that. Now, that last start for Kevin Painter, big 18, I think it was a speculative dart. So big 18, but the inside
43.
wire of the
Kevin
double.
Luka 25.
And this is something Kevin Painter's done over the years. He breaks it down into 2 throws,
Game
and he
shot on
does
the
it
fourth
so
leg.
well.
Kevin
I
Painter.
can only think of a couple of players that can do it to this level. Kevin Painter, Rob Cross, and maybe Peter Wright, where
Fourth leg,
they're
Mikuro
not
to throw
rushed into
first.
those
Game
shots. We see often players miss the big number. Going for shots like the 25, Kevin Painter goes up and does the single, steps back, and the double as 2 individual throws.
on. 81.
That will be a disappointing start for Mikuru Suzuki because the first start was absolutely perfect. And she failed to follow it.
100.
That Women's Series title, by the way, that she won on Saturday, her 4th now. Been in so many finals, losing them to Bo Greaves, but 4 titles, 3 coming
55.
in 2023.
I think that's the story of the women's tour, though, at the minute, isn't it? Everyone losing to Bo Greaves. She's been dominant across that circuit.
Yeah, it was quite nice, though, wasn't it, to see the title
135.
shared out this weekend. In fact, all of the top 4 won a title each. And Bo was beaten in a final by Fallon Sherrick in the last one.
Suzuki is sat very pretty at the moment in that order of merit, which means she might be going to
95.
return to the Alexandra Palace and maybe go 1 dart further than she did last time, just missing a match dart to beat James Richardson.
Yeah, and currently in the spot for a Grand Slam place as
134.
well, where you might remember she played a very, very good game against a certain Gerwin Price, lost in a last leg decider. But this match might be about to be decided.
1 out of
Kevin
40.
Painter looking
Kevin Luka
for the 1-3-2. Bullseye to start. Well, you can see what he thought of it. Suzuki gets an outside chance to stay in it.
49. Mikuro Luka 130.
Needs to find at least 1 treble 20. For a dart at the ball. She will not find it. Kevin Painter has ran at an average of over
94.
100 for most of this
Kevin Luka,
match. We said he needed
83.
to start well. He's 83 points away from putting 2 points on the board.
It is the ball. It's
Being
in the
shot on the
ball.
march,
Kevin Painter completes a convincing opening victory. A fabulous 4-1 success over Mikuru Suzuki. And the artist has started like he means to go on. An average of over 97. 5 140s and a maximum in there as well. His doubling was superb, hitting half of his attempts, including a brilliant bullseye for that 83 to win the match. Coming next, Haruki Muramatsu makes his debut, taking on Kordeka.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a start to proceedings for Kevin Painter, getting the better of Mikuru Suzuki by 4 legs to 1, an average of 97.5 and 50% when it came to the finishing. Painter, who is looking for that elusive Portsmouth title, is off to the perfect start. Right, next up for us, we've got two debutants in action as the Japanese player Haruki Muramatsu, a player we've seen many times at the World Championships at Alexandra Palace, played Phil Taylor, no less, takes on Kordeka, the Man Mountain from Norway. ADC European qualifier this week, and earlier on this morning he caught up with Matthew Edgar.
Cool. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Here on debut, what can our viewers expect to see from you today?
I'm just looking forward to play, and we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I just try to do my best, try to play my best game. And yeah.
We've seen you on the PDC Nordic and Baltic system at the moment. Is that tour really sort of helping and supporting your game at the moment?
Yes, it is. It made me a better player. So yeah, my level's gone up after playing the PDC Nordic Baltic, and invite the others from Norway, the other Baltic lands, to do the same.
You're in a tough Group A here with the legends like Mikuru Suzuki and Kevin Painter. What's it like being in the practice room with those sort of players this morning?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how to feel. It's like just focusing on myself and just do my own thing, even though they are there.
Yeah, so you're here representing the ADC Europe. How did that one come around for you?
I got invited by John Locken, and he was saying, yeah, I'm just a good player, and he wanted me to give a shot in the MODUS Super Series.
Well, you got your shot today. Good luck today, Cor.
Yes, thank you.
Here we go. That excellent interview by my commentary colleague Matthew Edgar with Cord Decker, who is one of two darting debutants at the Super Series for this one, Haruki Muramatsu. The other one on stage. Decker, giant imposing figure, isn't he? The Norwegian ace taking on this man, Haruki Muramatsu, has played at the Alexandra Palace PDC World Championship before, and he faces the 35-year-old, nicknamed the Sheriff, who you may have seen at the World Cup of Darts. If you want to know where he's from, well, just ask him. Like that one, Matt? Silence.
I'm more thinking about how hard our camera operators are going to have to work in this game, because there's a sizable difference between the players here.
Don't make excuses for them. Kordek has won a PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour event before. 2018.
First leg is Haruki to throw
beating
first.
Magnus Carris in the final.
Game
Remember
on.
him, the Swedish poker face?
Very good player. I believe he was a semi-finalist, wasn't he, at the Lakeside one year?
Beautiful darts that he throws.
100.
Want those in a display case.
I know he's only thrown 3 darts, but I feel this needs to be mentioned straight away.
34.
Since I last saw Muramatsu, he's throwing an awful lot quicker. I remember when I looked at the lineup today, there's the sizable difference there between the two players. When I looked at the lineup today, I thought, oh, Muramatsu, I remember him being quite slow and really patient, especially with that first dart. And he's one of these players that will throw a phantom dart to sort of get set.
180.
Let's call Decker. Waste no time getting his first 180. I mean, he's got a big advantage. He could practically lean over and just stab them in.
Yeah, he is
60.
Norwegian, having moved there in 2012, but was actually born in the Netherlands. There's something about the Dutch and being pretty tall. There's quite a few
99.
tall Dutch darters, isn't there? Vincent van der Voort, Vincent Kamphuis, a really imposing figure.
Maybe it's something in the water, because I remember I was in The Hague
100.
and I was stopping in a hotel and I went down to reception and I says, excuse me, is the water drinkable here out the taps? And the lady behind the counter sort of looked at me with a how dare you face. Apparently it's one of the cleanest
80.
water supplies in Europe.
He opted to move and become Norwegian.
60.
The international
Call your
flavour
car
to this
108.
week at the Super Series. Decker looking for the 108. Now, how much can he see of it? Probably quite a lot. He's throwing down at it.
72.
He's fallen out.
Haruki Okar 141.
So no finish here for Haruki. So Cord Decker will come back to the board, 3 darts in
65.
hand.
Call your car
Opportunity
36.
to break the throw at the first possible turn. Big switch across to the double
Game shot on
nine.
the
And not many
first
people
leg.
like
Cord
that switch
Decker.
for the fear of coming inside. But when your opponent's on a finish, it doesn't really make a difference, because you haven't got that sort of time or that safety. You've got to be
throw
aggressive.
first.
It is a
Game
good
on.
start to life at the Super Series for Cord Decker. You mentioned about Cord Decker being a player from Holland who's now representing Norway and made that switch. but
140.
there's another player, Jeffrey de Graaf. He's moved over now. I think he's representing Sweden now, I believe.
Yeah, correct.
60.
I also mentioned that World Cup of Darts that he played in for Norway in 2016. Well, Haruki Muramatsu actually played in the same event. They lost to Northern Ireland, the Japanese duo of him and Keita
24.
Ono. Kordeka played with Robert Wagner. They beat the Gibraltarian duo and then lost to a stellar Scottish team of a man who was featured here last week, Robert Thornton.
135.
And a certain Gary Anderson.
Robert Wagner. Remember that celebration he used to have? He used to flip around the stage. I remember I did the same sort of thing. I went to gymnastics
100.
class and I got a big celebration together. I said, when I win on the stage, I'm going to do that. Yet to be seen. Thought I'd get the
57.
jokes in before you did there, Chris.
I take it. Everything I do very seriously. How dare you? Well, there we get a good look
60.
at the way he throws his darts. And the same for Muramatsu. Does seem very sort of, a lot of players from the Asian tour, it seems
140.
very sort of coached, doesn't it, the way they throw? You don't sort of see
99.
too many
Haruki Okada,
unorthodox throwing
109.
styles.
It's working for him nicely here. 49 points to go. He's got options. Chooses the 9 and the tops.
69.
Just without
Call your car,
application on that
78.
occasion. That would have got him his breaker throw back. Kordeka looking to confirm that breaker throw.
38. Haruki
Couldn't
Okada,
quite
40.
manage it. So Muramatsu looking to level up on the same target he's just seen his
Game
opponent
shot
miss,
on
and
the
he
second
nails
leg.
it dead
Haruki
centre.
Muramatsu.
All square. And it is a breaker throw.
Third leg, Haruki to throw
So again,
first.
back on throw, and
Game on.
that means advantage Muramatsu.
You mentioned earlier on about Suzuki's shirt, but I think Muramatsu is trying to rival her for design. You don't get boring shirts from
177.
people over in Asia, do you? They've always got these nice shirts and funky designs. You don't just get a plain polo over there. Certainly not off the Alan Tabern shelf.
85.
Muramatsu, one of the players that has had the privilege of sharing the stage with Phil Taylor. Greatest player that's ever lived,
40.
16-time world champion. Always got a tape in his house somewhere of that one. In fact, I'm showing my age there, aren't they? No one's got tapes
99.
these days.
Third match of the day will feature the last two players to come in
97.
that have been seen before at the Super Series. Chris Wickenden and Andreas Harrison will be a battle of the beards in that one.
95.
Muramatsu's in a very good position in this leg.
$140. Haruki Okada, 85.
A little bit of a warning shot there for Muramatsu that he's not going to have as much time as he thought. And that shot has forced him to go the bullseye route on this finish.
60. Call your car,
Hardcore only hit the ton.
139.
We probably wouldn't have seen Muramatsu try and utilising the bullseye on that occasion, and this is why. The threat was there. Fine effort.
99. Haruki Okada, 25.
It is Muramatsu. Try and get the first hold of throw.
Double four will achieve it.
Game
And
shot on the third
it is
leg.
found.
Haruki Muramatsu.
Muramatsu finds himself in front.
Fourth leg called to throw first. Game on.
Muramatsu was actually one of the very strong fancies this week. When we take a look at the odds compilers, they've actually got him joint favourite to win this group. 11-4 available.
60.
That was joint with Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison, who's also joint favourite to win the week.
60.
Difficult dart to get past, so Decker going down the board, which
80.
is quite a long way for him.
$137.
It's not something we often see, really, is it? Quite a lot of tall players.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if there's any research being done into it. Probably if there has, you've probably done a
83.
YouTube video about it yourself, Matt. But I wonder if there's an optimal height for a dart player, because many of the dominant players in darts have been kind of on the shorter side, haven't they? Think Phil Taylor, Michael Van Gerwen,
60.
etc.
5'11" to 6 foot, but I haven't got the bang-on stats for it, and I haven't got the full research, but it is something I am looking at, as you
41.
well and truly guessed. At the moment, I've narrowed it down to that window.
Superb. Sort of the scale of the man, Kordecker.
140.
Remember Vincent Camphouse?
Yeah.
He used to have to duck to get under the railing for the board.
180.
Well, no trouble there in finding the treble at the top of the board. But it may not matter if Muramatsu can take this out. It won't happen.
56. Koduka 57.
He misses the big number. The shot is still on. There's only going to be one dart at the double. Rather than the
37.
two he'd have been expecting.
Rukyuka 48.
Maybe a sign of a little bit of nerves on debut. Although Muramatsu on debut, we have seen him on stages many times before. There's a little bit more experience in front of the cameras.
Muramatsu.
And he's putting that all too good work here. A leg away from his first points here at the Super Series.
Fifth leg,
Yeah,
Haruki
good
to through
point as well
first.
there. He's played at the
Game
World
on.
Championship 4 times. He's played at the World Cup 9 times. And who can forget in 2019 when Japan had that fabulous run.
134.
They got all the way to the semi-finals.
Now, I've played on
60.
this stage, but I've recently gone up there and had a practice as well. And when I played on this stage, it's very different to it is now. There's even more cameras there now than there was before. And when you come back from collecting your darts, you can't
85.
help but just be seen by cameras everywhere you look. And even just having a practice on that, it felt a little bit daunting because you could just see and feel all these cameras facing at you.
57.
Yeah, like knowing somebody's watching, isn't it? And they say try and take your practice game onto the stage. A lot of darts players say that, but even in an empty room,
137.
the awareness of the audience watching, that means you at home or wherever you are watching, just does put a little bit of pressure. In fact, Glenn Durrant was here recently, hit a 9-darter
57.
when he was
Rukyuka
practicing, and then we all started
145.
watching him, and he couldn't hit anything.
Oh, I've heard that story many times already from Glenn Durrant. And that's just this morning. He's not even here.
I mean, I'm not even sure he hit the 9-darter.
43.
No one saw it.
I heard what happened is he hit a 180, 180, and 141, and they just clipped it together.
Well, this game could be
100.
over, and it looked like
Rukyuka
Kordecker was going to be a
102.
force in this match, but Muramatsu has really turned it around and taken control of it, and he's going to get a dart in this visit to win it. Kevin Painter won the first match 4-1.
62.
Haruki Muramatsu almost did the same and may still do the same. He'll have 3 clear darts at tops when he returns.
Be a bit more urgency on the situation, though, because Kordecker
99.
sets
Rukyuka
himself up on
40.
a reasonable finish, a reachable one.
Well, in the
Game
end,
shot on the match.
Muramatsu
Haruki
gets
Muramatsu.
just nestled it in off that barrel on double 10, and Decker is beaten in the opener. A 4-1 success for that man, Muramatsu. Decent enough display as well, having lost the first leg. He won 4 on the spin to join Kevin Painter in winning his opening match 4-1. And the final 2 players to appear in this group will be in action next. It's Andreas Harrison of Sweden against Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Haruki Muramatsu kicked off with a debut victory, 4-1 against Decker to get his campaign underway. The final match of the first round of fixtures, well, this is a bit of a crossover as Dirty Harry takes on Pugs. Yeah, only at the darts can that happen, as Andreas Harrison takes on Chris Wickenden, and it is a battle of the beards on the Oki as well. Down in the commentary box, hoping for beards like that, and Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Speak for yourself, Henry. Andreas Harrison let his darts do the talking last time he was here. The Swedish slinger looking to be the most feared beard in this opening encounter. Takes on 35-year-old Chris Wickenden, a 2-time ADC tour event winner.
First leg is Andreas through first.
That we have with the amateur darts circuit. Well, let's see which one of them managed to get the victory. We've had 2 4-1 wins so far. Kevin Painter, the artist, seeing off the Miracle Makuru Suzuki in the opener. And then Haruki Muramatsu, also from Japan, beating Norway's Decker by the same margin. You would make Harrison favourite for this one, I assume, Matt?
You would on the basis of what we've seen from him so far, but I think we're going to see more from Chris Wickenden this week. He's somebody who's quite local to me. and I've been doing a couple of exhibitions with him recently. Now, they're on stages in front of good crowds, and he's been rubbing shoulders with the very best in the game, the likes of Gerwin
60.
Price and Michael van Gerwen, and he's been quitting himself quite well on those stages. And when I spoke to him just over a week ago in Skegness, he said he's really excited about having a
140.
full week here. He's been here before and played in a Group C campaign, and I think I agree with him. I think we're going to see some good stuff for him as he can sort of settle in. He's not going to feel rushed. He's not going to feel like
140.
if one game goes against him, you're running out of those 3 lives like you do in Group C. And I think we're probably going to see the best week we've seen so far from Chris Rickerton. Is it going to be enough?
135.
We'll find out if he's got the game for that, but certainly expect an upwards curve of performance.
$140. Andreas, your car 66.
Well, first leg in the balance at the moment. Can just stay there now and take aim at double
Game
18,
shot on the first leg.
which he
Andreas
does
Harrison.
to land the first leg. Brilliant rescue of that finish because the first dart wasn't where he wanted it.
Second leg, Chris to
But
throw
he just
first.
adapted,
Game
didn't
on.
even knock him out of his stride.
$60. $100.
Oh, look at that thing of beauty, Matthew. You can only dream of such a
121.
fashion statement.
I think the interesting part as well is they're both now multicoloured beards.
140.
Yeah, if we get a real close up on that beard, there is a couple of sparrows nesting in there.
59.
Is that the best beard in darts? I know there's the lad from Iceland, isn't there? Victor, he's got some beard on him as well.
Yeah, when Simon Whitlock was the first sort of man who
140.
modelled himself, that got the mantle, the beard to be feared. I think Scott Waits it's a interesting one, isn't it? An interesting effort from Scott. Well, you might as well get involved
81.
while we
Andreas, your car 121.
randomly talking like this at MSS Darts. Who's got the best beard in the sport? Is it this man?
And if you don't mind, get yourself
65.
on Google Images and drop a photo on that tweet as well so we can have a good look.
Yeah, it's certainly not Henry Deacon anyway, I know that much. He just suffers from a broken razor from time to time.
140. Andreas, your car 56.
Great setup there from Chris Rickerton, but Andreas Harrison always missed the board. I was going to say he's kind of done the damage in the scoring phase.
36.
And he rescued
Chris
the finish
Rickerton,
on the first
40.
leg, but he was unable to rescue it on that occasion. So Chris Rickerton returns with 3 darts in his hand to level the match.
Yeah, Harrison should have had 2 darts at double there. Now his darts do sort of lay down a little bit, so this won't be as easy as it might look. There you see how much he had
5.
to go at, and you can
Andreas, your car
forgive
20.
the dramatic over-adjustment there because he could see nothing.
Just tried to squeeze it into the bottom left corner.
Game shot on the second leg.
Ends
Andreas
up
Harrison.
having his throw broken. Andreas Harrison gets out of the mess that he caused himself missing the board. But that
Third
will
leg, Andreas, the
already
throw
be
first.
forgotten.
Game on.
But it's been a couple of one-sided wins so far, and Andres Harrison may be following suit here.
60.
Next fixture for him will be against Core Decker. Wickenden will face Makuru Suzuki. Before that, Kevin Painter meets Haruki
100.
Muramatsu.
We have a look at the flights
41.
here of Andreas Harrison. It's very interesting because I remember when I first sort of started with darts, we had big flights and little flights was pretty much it. You had standards, you had pairs. And throughout time,
30.
kites and slims became more prominent. This looks like he's got a pair of scissors out and chopped some flights into like some sort of weird shape.
60.
Yeah, rather unorthodox. That it's sort of halfway between your standard flight and your pear shape, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a kite with a bit extra on it.
100.
You do see there what we were saying before. The reason he blocked double top, his darts do really lay perpendicular in the board.
60.
And needs to stay there really, but he's blocked that with that dart as well. But he found a treble 19. It would have been the
58.
25 to leave a finish.
Something we're seeing a lot more as well in the modern data, that counting. We're not just looking now at that setup shot. The setup shot essentially starting from the high 200s.
100.
Yeah, there's also actually a possibility to go elsewhere, but that's the next level, isn't it, of thinking. They have a plan in their head. I mean, that one certainly won't be in the way.
97.
It's a good adjustment from that first dart, because it was miles off the treble 20, so to leave a finish with 2 trebles is superb. And his dart sort of stand up slightly.
100.
Pretty flat, aren't they?
116.
Where both players sort of gripping on the balance point or just beyond, so it's always going to kick down. That's a perfect start for Chris Wickerden. He missed 3 darts at this in the last leg.
96. Andreas, you
With
will
Harrison,
80.
though, the darts sort of don't point down towards the floor. They are relatively flat, meaning that you can probably go above or below, which Wickerden certainly can't do.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
goes
third leg.
perfectly above
Andreas
there.
Harrison.
To extend his lead to 3 legs. A nice 80 checkout. He's only
4-5
thrown
Chris,
5
you threw
darts
first.
at double in this match.
Game
And he's
on.
hit 3. And Chris Wickerden needs to quicken up.
When I played in this last time and I won Group B, Andreas Harrison was in that
59.
group with me. He's quite a quiet character in the practice room. He sort of just sits in the corner by himself, keeps himself he might make 1 or 2 comments at most. It's a bit like a silent assassin.
58.
And yes, that was just an excuse to say I won Group B.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear plenty of that over the course of the next few days. Though not from me.
60.
Rob Grundy, another player whose darts are not the sort of usual orthodox stand to attention type, and he managed to win the whole week last week.
66.
Impressive stuff from him.
I really enjoyed watching him as well. I really stand by what I said up there with Henry Deacon at the start of the show, that he's the sort of guy I can see winning a Champions Week, not just a week.
140. 70.
Yeah, I believe he was the pick of our Premier Pundit last week, Glenn Durrant. Also, to be fair, Glenn Durrant endorsed him to play in the Super Series. He knew him from that part of the world.
134.
He was very proud.
What's the expression?
60.
Broken clock is right
Chris
twice a
Hukar,
day.
108.
Well, Wickerden likely to get at least a leg in the ledger here. Only just in the 19 there. Double 16 is the target.
92.
He's looking a bit tight, isn't he? A bit tense. He's tugging at his shirt. He's wiping the brow. We might need another towel at this rate. Might need
97.
a beach towel
Chris
or
Hukar,
something.
16.
Well, he needs a leg. That's for certain. Needs to find a double.
Game
he
shot on the
does
fourth
find one.
leg. Chris Wickenden.
And he finds himself 3-1 behind, but better than the match being over.
Fifth leg, Andreas, the through first. Game on.
It's an interesting match, really, when you look at the fact that he's averaging a fair few points more than his opponent and has thrown more darts at double than Harrison.
100.
He's just been much more clinical in this game.
And I think the fact he's looking a bit uncomfortable
47.
in this opening game goes back to the point of the conversation I had with him in Skegness when we said having the week might actually help him, because if this was a Group C, already losing your opening game, you feel up against it and you can't really settle into the Super Series, where with this, he's going to have 15 matches before we decide our Group A winner at the close of play on Wednesday. So he can actually start a bit slower and still recover it and still have the backup plan of a Group C or B campaign.
But I look back last week at Scott Winder, who had a terrible spell in Group A, lost 12 matches in a row.
41.
And ended up almost qualifying from Group C. He was very competitive later in the week. So you do get the chance to grow into it.
I'll never forget Graham Usher last year when he finished bottom of Group A, winning about 2
140.
matches across his whole campaign and won the week.
Yeah, nothing is won or lost on a Monday for the Super Series.
23.
Well, actually, sometimes people do lose something, and that's confidence and heart.
Well, you've seen
43.
all 6 players already, Matt, which is your early shout to be having a very good week this week.
For 2 reasons, you've got to go with Kevin Painter at the moment. One, the fact of the level of the performance and the focus he had. And the second one, that I believe if he starts well, he's going to have a great week. Whatever his Monday is like, I think it's just going to continue throughout, whether it's a bad one or a good one.
134. Andreas Jurkar, 58.
So for the match, to follow suit from the previous 2 games, which both finished 4-1, Andreas Harrison records the same scoreline, winning against Chris Wickenden by a 3-leg margin, despite averaging 7 points lower than his opponent and only having 1 more dart at double. But he was very, very strong in that department, 57%, including a nice 80 checkout. And it is a Swede who gets off to a stellar start. Coming next, 2 players who also won 4-1. Kevin Painter faces Haruki Muramatsu.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where I, for one, definitely enjoyed that first round of fixtures. All three games going 5 legs. Before the break, we saw Andreas Harrison get the better of Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 1. And there were similar victories for Haruki Muamatsu and Kevin Painter against Cord Decker and Makura Suzuki, respectively. And it is Muamatsu and Painter who go toe-to-toe in our 4th game of the day, with Matt and Chris in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Kevin Painter made the best start of any player, the best performance, although the scoreline was the same. The margin of victory for Haruki Muamatsu as well, and of course for Andreas Harrison in that last match against Chris Wickenden. So one of this pair will sit at the top of the table with an unbeaten start after 2 games. And Matthew Edgar, a man who knows Kevin Painter very well, basically predicted that however Kevin Painter starts is how he'll carry on playing, and he started very well, Matt.
First leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Very well indeed. Average pretty much around like the 100 mark for that whole game. Just dropped down very slightly at the end. But he had
50.
that sort of steely determination. Nothing really bothered him in that game with Nakuru Suzuki. We tend to find that Kevin plays his best sort of
85.
stage environments. He's always loved the sort of crowd interaction over the years. Certainly inspired
99.
by those senior tour events. Certainly in the opening year, it looked like he was going to take one of those titles, didn't it? He looked like one of the real strong runners. Hasn't replicated that form this year, but
36.
will certainly be using vehicles such as the Super Series. Make sure he gets plenty of match practice in. Going to be starting to go to
90.
a couple more local opens as well, trying to get more game time in. He's very popular on the exhibition circuit, but you just don't get that same focus from an exhibition game
55.
as you do from an actual match play, especially Kevin Painter's exhibitions. He's still of the old school generation where he'll come to your local and bash up all your local
92.
heroes, where nowadays what we tend to get is a group of professionals getting together and playing each other.
Yeah, big show events, aren't they? These days, the
125. Kevin
exhibition
O'Carroll,
style stuff.
170. 58.
I'm just looking at last time Kevin Painter was here. He actually only won 4 matches in Group A. It was a difficult week for him, week 4 of Series 4, which was won by Colin Osborne.
100.
4 wins in
Kevin
Group A.
O'Carroll, 112.
And only 2 wins in Group C. This is a much more promising start from Painter, who's looking at tops to take the first leg in this one.
Game show on the
Superb,
first
really
leg. Kevin
superb stuff.
Painter.
He's back with a vengeance here at the Super Series.
Second leg, Garuga to throw first. Game on.
It's one of them people you can just watch all day, isn't he? Because he gives you so much emotion.
He's always been like that as well, hasn't he? From
132.
day one. He's been playing darts for decades.
I don't think this is a showpiece. He's like this in practice.
100.
This isn't because of the cameras or he doesn't play up to a crowd. It's just Kevin. He's got some really quirky things as well about
26.
him. He's very much of the Paul Nicholson sort of vibe, where his room will have all his shirts crisply ironed in the wardrobe, ready to go. His shoes will all be
140.
rode out. All the labels on his drinks and things will all be facing the front.
He's always wearing dapper kicks, isn't he, Kevin Painter?
60.
What's that expression? Feel good, play good, I believe it was.
140.
Really takes pride in himself, the artist.
$59. Kevin O'Carroll, 121.
tell you a quirky little
41.
fact about Kevin Painter in a second. I don't feel it's the right time to do so at the moment as he's staring down the barrel of a breaker throw. Just 12 darts thrown in this leg.
I was thinking about
100.
staring down the
80.
barrel. Last time Kevin Painter was playing with all different darts, wasn't he? He kept chopping and changing. Whatever he's got here, it's working for him. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Stick with
second
him,
leg.
Kevin, because they're
Kevin
sticking in.
Painter.
And he's playing really, really good darts. 2-0 to the artist in no time at
Third
all.
leg, Kevin to throw first.
Which is good to see as
Game
well,
on.
because like you mentioned, he is a tinkerer. He is someone who changes things around a lot. People talk about Peter Wright, but I think Kevin Painter was probably the original tinkerer.
45.
He's changed darts, flights, length, all sorts of things over the last few weeks. So it'd be good that he's playing well and getting footage of himself playing well, so he knows what he's doing right.
140.
Do you want a quirky little Kevin Painter fact?
Yes, let's have one.
If Kevin Painter sits on a double-decker
101.
bus, he won't sit on the front row upstairs, just in case it goes into a bridge.
Well, safety first.
140.
I never sit at the front of a plane because I've never seen one reverse into a mountain. Kevin Painter, by the way, we're talking about his longevity. 1994, his first World Championship appearance. That is how long he's been playing at the top level of the game. Of course, there were a few years to get there as well. He appeared at the
100.
Lakeside back in 1994, lost on debut to Kevin Kenny before having a better run the next year.
140. Rookie car 121.
He's on fire here. He's got some aggression about him today. He is up for this, and he wants to put right those wrongs, but he's going to have to hope. Mumatsu.
57. Kevin Newcar 80.
This is the 1-2-1, 180 for Kevin Painter. There's that snarl.
Well, this will be difficult, this.
60.
He
Rookie
sort of
car
half-heartedly
64.
went for tops. Kevin Painter, making sure he didn't miss the board entirely, but in doing that, sort of blocked the double. So double 8 for
Game shot on the
Muratsu, who
third
halves the
leg. Rookie
deficit.
Muratsu.
Good reply. Yeah, interesting. Kevin Painter went back to the
Fourth leg
Lakeside the
Rookie to
following
throw
year.
first.
Just
Game on.
strange what comes up when we talk in commentary, but you know the first player he beat at Lakeside was 1995, first round. It's a name that's been mentioned already in our conversations today.
140.
From the same
140.
country as one of our participants.
Magnus Carris.
Correct. 3-2 win against Magnus Carris before losing to Martin Adams. His best runs at the Lakeside were to the quarterfinals, but of
45.
course at the Circus Tavern, Kevin Painter became a World Championship finalist almost 20 years ago.
45.
When you think about longevity within the sport, we don't tend to have that with darts. We tend to have players that have very good but short careers. And when you think about longevity, there's not many really. You can put them on one
100.
hand. Mervyn King, Steve Beaton.
Well, Painter himself, we're talking about 30 years playing at a good level at this sport. Obviously, Phil
125.
Taylor, part of that conversation as well. So many players have sort of a decade, don't they? And that might be it at the very top level.
100.
But when we're talking about players like Taylor, we go into that elite sort of status, not just that sort of premier sort of player. It's very rare that we get like a premier player who holds their
100.
position in the top
Rookie
32
car
or 16 for as long as
116.
Kevin Painter, King and Beaton.
Martin Adams, perhaps another one of those. Of course, we don't have the measure in PDC darts, but he's been a top player for a long time. Talking of top,
76.
couldn't
Kevin
be found by
91.
Muratsu, so Painter has an opportunity here and a decision to make as well.
I'd like to say I'd know where he's going to go here, but I don't. He might go for the double. He has done this in 3 parts.
71.
Yeah, that's another
Haruki
aspect
Oka,
of his game,
40.
isn't it? He'll treat every dart as an individual. He'll step back from the oki and reapproach. Doesn't feel he needs a rhythm. And Muramatsu level this match.
No score. Kevin Yuka, 20.
No, he can't. The Painter looking to pin double 10. Well, that's a wild one.
He loves double 7.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kevin
Genuinely
Painter.
does. It's one of his favourite doubles on the board. We have a little around the board game on the doubles, and every time you get to double 7, he always
Fifth leg,
reminds
Kevin
me
through first. Game
he's
on.
going to fill it up. Obviously a bit different in a game. You don't tend to throw it very much in a match. You would have had plenty of confidence in that area of the board.
100.
Making that 10-1 for the week look quite appealing at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a masterful start from Kevin Painter. Potentially going to
140.
post averages higher than 90 in the first 2 matches he plays. His next games against Chris Wickenden as
100.
well, who probably seemed to struggle more than anybody else. It'll be interesting to see what he can do against Mikuru Suzuki next.
100.
I know to some in darts, momentum is a dirty word, but here at the Super
45.
Series, you really can gather some kind of form, can't you, over the course of a day or a week, and often how things start can have a great impact.
60.
I think this is one of them things when you start losing, it becomes too much of a realistic possibility where when you're losing a tournament, that's
100.
it. You've got the rest of the day to put it right and to sort of reset everything, but losing just becomes a habit. Something that may not be a feeling Kevin Painter's going to have to feel for some time, because
40.
he opened
Kevin
his
Yuka,
campaign off with a
156.
4-1 win against Mikuru Suzuki, and he's going to have 6 darts here against Muramatsu
60.
to make it
Haruki Yuka,
consecutive 4-1
161.
victories.
Treble 17 to deny him the opportunity. Needs to bed the bull. Just didn't give it
114.
enough.
Kevin Yuka, 96.
Expect to see him go on the double 18 here. Loves a double-double. He's one of the players that loved that 105-25 tops, and it's tops that he wants
56.
for the match. That's a
Haruki
long way
Yuka,
over the top.
47.
And if you want to know what Kevin Painter's thinking, just look at his face.
Yeah, doesn't take an expert lip reader, does it?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Yeah, you can see
Haruki
him shaking his head.
Muramatsu.
Knows he had an opportunity. What was that? Was the comment from Kevin, having missed that dart.
Six leg
at
Haruki
tops.
to through first.
And he
Game
knows that he
on.
could end up getting embroiled in a battle that he didn't need to here. Muramatsu has the darts to force a decider.
He's one of those players as well that when they miss something by quite a
100.
while ago, is that in?
$42.
Perfect start. Perfect dart.
177. $96.
Really is making a move towards forcing that last leg shootout here. We haven't had a game as close as this already so far
84.
today, but is it going to get as close as it possibly can? It looks that way.
Does
125.
go all the way. It will be
Haruki Yuka,
Kevin Painter throwing
140.
first in the deciding leg. Work still to be done here for Muramatsu to get us to that point. Would love to find a treble 20 here and leave himself
60.
tops. And that 60 will sound like an invitation here to Kevin Painter.
Yeah, 80, not easy. Not
41.
happening now for
Rufio
Kevin
car
Painter.
80.
They will just be gearing up for the last leg. Expecting this to go, if not in this visit, then certainly the next one. But it's Tops to do it now.
Game
And he
shot
does
on the
do it
sixth
now,
leg.
and it is
Haruki
all square.
Muramatsu.
And this leg will decide which of this pair makes a perfect start with two
Seventh
wins
and
from
final
two.
leg, Kevin, you through first. Game on.
One of the things I've been quite critical over time is that darts is getting a bit too friendly, too many cuddles and handshakes at times. None of that from Kevin
43.
Painter. No eye contact. Just steely determination.
But having missed a dart to win this match 4-1, I think he might need a cuddle at the moment because it's not panning out the way he would have
60.
hoped.
No treble in the opening exchange for the players.
I think Kevin Painter as
81.
well, who built the first half of this match on his stop-start nature that we've become accustomed to. He's throwing really, really quickly at the moment.
I think he's a bit frustrated. Probably feels he should have had this game won by
140.
now. He is a guy that will count match darts and believes if he gets a match dart, that's game over. As it has been so many times over the
60.
years, but all of a sudden, the treble is completely eluding him.
It's a bit of a natural human response, isn't it? He thinks he should have won the match, so he's sort of trying to rush through getting it done. And what you've got to do is actually play your own game. It's almost like
140.
going on darts tilt, I suppose.
And now, these sort of
60.
shots will frustrate him. When
Car
that first dart sits on the
161.
wire, he'll feel like he's so close, but so far away in this match. Muramatsu would have had a choice to make there if he'd hit the treble 17.
123.
But a perfect setup, just 12 darts to leave a finish. That's perfect darts there against the throw.
44. Rufio car 38.
Options here. Deciding against splitting it.
Game
And
shot
hitting
in
it.
the match. Haruki
And he's turned it
Muramatsu.
around against Kevin Painter, who will surely be beside himself. Having missed a dart to win that match 4-1, he's ended up losing it 4-3, and the artist disappears into the distance. And Haruki Muramatsu makes it 2 wins from 2 on debut here at the MODUS Super Series. Coming next, players looking for their first victory of the day. Chris Wickenden faces Mikuru Suzuki.
And Luke Little, our defending champion, who did the double at the British Open at Bridlington at the weekend. But before the break here in Portsmouth, we saw Haruki Murematsu come back from 3-1 down to get the better of Kevin Painter in a last leg decider. So 2 from 2 from our Japanese debutant. And we're going to see Mikuru Suzuki in action now. The 2-time world champion takes on Chris Wickenden. And it's another Chris in the commentary box. It's Murphy alongside Matt Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Mikuru Suzuki back in action, looking to get a first victory of this stint at the Super Series.
First player, Chris, to throw first.
That man there.
Game on.
Chris Wickenden, who, like Mikuru, was beaten 4-1 in his opener. Went down to Andreas Harrison. Suzuki was beaten by Kevin Painter, who we just saw pass up the chance
100.
to win 4-1 and actually ended up losing 4-3. And will be now looking to calm himself down ahead of his fixture against Wickenden in a couple of games' time.
15.
It's really entertaining when you get to see people from different parts of the world like we do here at the Super Series, and you get to see different habits and trends. I was just watching Suzuki there while Chris Wickenden was throwing, and she does
45.
the phantom dart. We see that so often from the players over in Asia, just standing behind and just keeping that arm moving. Although I think the phantom dart, in her mind, might have been going better than these real ones are. The first 4 darts all going in the single 5.
85.
You do sort of feel that this is the proper coming now of Mikuru Suzuki. I feel like her progress kind of got
45.
stumped by COVID a little bit, because when we look at those World Championships she won in 2019 and 2020, she then qualified for the Alexandra Palace as well. It was all starting to come good, and mentioned at the top of the show, Chris
60.
Mason turned around and said she's the Phil Taylor of the ladies' game at that point. Dropped us 2 legs in a BDO World Championship final. Didn't drop a set when she first won a
55.
World Championship at Lakeside. And then COVID hits. Can't travel. Can't get to tournaments. It's almost like she's starting all over again now.
Yeah, she is. As things stand, just to further
26.
highlight Matt's point, that the second best woman player on the PDC circuit, Bo Greaves, obviously the dominant force, but Mikuru has been sitting in second position for quite some time now and has been,
84.
after Bo, the most regular finalist in women's series events. And that's a bit of a changing of the guard, really, because for the first 2 to 3 years of the women's series, it was Fallon Sherrick and Lisa Ashton.
55.
Well, it was just the Fallon and Lisa show, wasn't it? Who's going to win it this week? And then if they avoided each other, they played each other in the final.
140.
Mikuru certainly emerged. And I think it's kind of gone unnoticed a little bit because Bo Greaves has been winning so many of the tournaments. Well, it suddenly became them in nearly every final for a period towards the back end of last year and the start of this.
36. Chris Yukar, 32.
Maybe that's a good thing as well. When the spotlight's shining somewhere else, you can just quietly go about your business. Kind of like Chris Wickerden's doing in this leg, because we're talking all the time here about Suzuki, but it's Chris Wickenden
14.
who's throwing the better darts.
Hasn't completed that business though yet. Suzuki needs to find something.
24. Chris Yukar, 18.
So having found the wrong bed with his previous visit, he now needs to find that, and that could be difficult for him. This is getting really messy, you know.
10.
It's kind of a good job that Suzuki's still on 200.
And in this situation as a player, this doesn't give you any comfort. If anything, this makes you more edgy. Because then you start to fear about getting the job done. When someone's not at their best, you need to jump all over it, but it brings its own pressures.
60.
Sometimes you feel like these are opportunities you have to take, because we know Suzuki won't stay down at this sort of performance for the entire match.
Game shot on the first leg. Chris Wickenden.
That will be a relief for Chris Wickenden.
Second leg, Maruga to throw first. Game on. 100.
A steadier start this time from Mikuru. All in the 5s
60.
in the first leg, but all in the 20s in the second. And when you play, you just mentioned that even winning the leg there wouldn't have given Chris much confidence. When you play a player like that, you must be thinking, right, I really
45.
need to put the pressure on them now, because they'll fold.
Absolutely. That's certainly how I'd have read the situation in that game. I would have thought, well, you weren't able to stamp your authority on that one, but he's able to bring it now. Finds his first 180 of this game, first 180 of the day. So far for Chris Wickerton, he's going to hit plenty more of them as the week goes on.
60.
It's just been a rapid decline here so far for Mikuru. We didn't see the very best of her in her opening game against Kevin Painter, but it was a lot more solid than what
100.
we're seeing at the moment here against Chris Wickerton.
Yeah, and I did mention it at the start of the day. Did say she was suffering with jet lag, and that can attack at any time. So you may expect spells
100.
from Suzuki
Chris
where
Yuka,
she's not quite
161.
at it at any given point this week.
I remember I once took to social media myself, like Mikuru did, and claimed jet lag. Problem was I was in Germany, so people didn't buy it too much. That 1 hour makes a difference, I'm telling you.
100. Chris Yuka, 65.
Well, if Wickenden misses and messes this time, Suzuki's in a much better position to do something about it. Double top, 2 darts at it. Well, he's better missing there and going for a clear bed on double 10, because we saw the trouble that he got in on tops in the previous match when he blocked it. And the outcome of having a clear sight of a double is hitting the double. And Chris Wickenden with 15 darts
first. Game
doubles
on.
his lead in this match.
That is an ideal dart there for Chris Wickerton. Right on the bottom wire, the way his darts lie. I should have just called a 180 when the first one went in, really. It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, exactly what he wants. Suzuki would like a dart towards the top of the treble 20. Wickenden would like his first dart towards the bottom of it. Bit like that. Oh, just over the top
100.
for a moment. I thought he was in, and we were getting excited about the prospect of something special. There was a 9-darter, of course, at the weekend. Michael van Gerwen en route to winning the
100.
World Series of Darts finals.
See him back in the winner's enclosure again. What I expect to see.
140.
Getting back that world #1 position. Chris Wickerton getting right back onto form here. A leg that's fixed his average back to where we'd sort of expect him to be.
26.
The most
Chris
important
Yuka,
thing for him
81.
here is he's got plenty of time for a 3-0 lead.
Treble 10 will be the next target. He can just lay up nicely.
49.
And he's getting better as the day goes on, getting better as the game goes on.
As a player, you hate those shots where you've got time and you just set up
Chris
the
Yuka,
62 rather
32.
than actually having a go at it. It just feels like a bit of a nothing shot. And one thing we love is those sort of adrenaline-filled moments.
Yeah, not forced to
Getting
do
shot on the
anything at
third
the
leg,
moment,
Chris Wickenden.
but he does indeed improve on the last leg. 15-darter, followed by 14-darter. And
Fourth leg, Mikuru to throw
Wickenden
first. Game on.
dominating this darting duel at this stage.
It is something, though, that
100.
Chris Wickerton may have to look at over time. I'm Looking at him at the moment, we're in game 2, and he's constantly having to wipe his face, and he's getting very worked up and hot and bothered. He's pulling at the shirt all the
85.
time, and it's not that warm in there. It is warm, but when we compare it to a stage such as the Alexandra Palace, if that's the goal and where he's going to want to go, you may need to take up the gym bag with him.
180.
Where has that come from? Mikuru Suzuki from absolutely nowhere finds a maximum.
95. $60. 97. Mikuru
He's
Luka,
enjoyed his
161.
county darts as well, Chris Wickerden. He's recently transferred away from Warwickshire. Still playing his Super League darts though in Warwickshire. He does
38.
enjoy a night out at the darts. You'll often find him. He's very much of that ilk of player that will be out almost every night. If there's a competition on nearby, you'll find him there.
100. Mikuru Luka, 123.
Good leave, just a point behind Suzuki. He'll start on treble 19. And will now move to treble 18. And finds it for a go at the bullseye. Oh,
Game shot
wow.
of the fourth
Well,
leg.
Mikuru Suzuki
Suzuki.
has been struggling through this match, struggling through this day so far. But in that leg, a 180
They play Christie through
and
first.
a 1-2-3
Game on.
check out. And she's suddenly enjoying her trip here to Portsmouth.
Chris Murphy nearly fell off his chair there with a 180 and a
120.
1-2-3 finish on the ball. And then Mikuru nearly fell off the stage. It surprised everybody.
Just take some settling to new surroundings as well.
40.
Did see Mikuru in our Southampton venue, which was very, very different. No stage. Nothing to fall off.
97.
We had the same conversation last week, actually. Chaz Barstow, in his interview, said that he's not done it here, but he did it in Southampton. And he was talking about how the two venues are so different. And I've played in both of them myself as well, and I can
125.
completely vouch for the fact that it feels like a completely different tournament now. It's almost like what happened in Southampton is completely irrelevant, because just the stage, the
60.
production, the shows, the interviews, everything else now that comes with it just makes it feel like a completely different event.
Sure, the prize money as well is part of it for you guys.
It always helps, but
66.
on the same aspect, that brings its own pressures as well. If we think back, it used to be £2,000. Now it's £5,000. If we put that into context of the world of darts, that's like winning 2 Challenge Tour events.
123.
Big money to be earned. Not to mention that £20,000 first prize for winning the entire series. That's what they're all after, trying to join the players
81. Chris Yukar, 101.
at Champions Week, and half the field is now full.
Or is half the field now empty?
49.
Well, Chris Wickenden, despite that brilliant leg from Mikuru last time out, will be feeling more confident now, as a win can do a lot for a player.
97. Chris Yukar, 52.
He might be about to get one. Choices here for Chris. You'd imagine 20, bear in mind the trouble he can have on tops if he blocks it, which is why he's chosen double 16, because a dart outside would actually be a help here. The dart inside, so double 8.
Game shot on the
and he
match.
finds
Chris
that,
Wickenden.
and it's a win for Wickenden, his first of the day here at the Super Series. It comes over Mikuru Suzuki, who goes down 4-1 despite a fabulous 1-2-3 checkout in there for her. But it's Wickenden who gets the victory picks up 2 points, and looking to do the same is Core Decker next. He takes on Andreas Harrison.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Chris Wickenden got the better of Bakura Suzuki by 4 legs to 1. The final game of the second round of fixtures sees Core Decker in action up against Andreas Harrison. Watching this one in the commentary box is Chris Murphy and Matthew Ecker.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, looking forward to this one. Core Decker, he started pretty promisingly against Haruki Muramatsu, but it kind of fell apart for the big Norwegian.
First leg is quarter through this
He
time.
takes on
Game on.
Andreas Harrison in this Nordic battle. We'll get it underway.
59.
The watchful eye of our esteemed referee Paul Hinks and the expert analysis of my co-commentator Matthew Edgar.
125.
We'll start off with a bit of expertise, and I guess you dubbed this last match Andreas Harrison was in with Chris Wickenden as the Beard Derby. What we dubbed this one as?
96.
A Scandinavian showdown. The Clash of the Giants.
140.
Thought you might have gone down the hairless derby or something there.
Yeah, see where you're going with that.
Even Paul Hinks is joining in.
48.
Good to have Paul Hinks with us. Refereed the biggest games on the biggest stages.
43.
One of the biggest moments in darts as well, but ironically, it's always the weird and wonderful moments that end up being watched the most, and it was that 1-2-7 in game.
42.
Yeah, it'll come to all of us. Matt, once you've got a microphone in your hand, one day you will say something a bit silly, and that will be
100.
your legacy, however good you are the rest of the time.
One day I thought I'd been saying silly things for the last 37 years.
Well, that's why none of it stands out.
44. Andreas Jurkan, 93.
Well, will this stand out? 93 for Andreas Harrison, treble 19. 72 remaining, so he could go treble 16 and single 16 to tee up top.
53. 140. Andreas Jurkan, 40.
The tops for a breaker throw.
Game shot
He
on the
was
first
so
leg.
solid on
Andreas
his doubles in his
Harrison.
opening game as well. 4 hits from the 7 attempts. He
Second leg,
carried that
Andreas
trend
through
on
first.
here. 1
Game
from
on.
1. And Andreas Harrison showing us where his strength lies. Strength clearly lies on those finishes.
100.
It's always a good sign as well when people kick off a day, especially in these early matches on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that this early start time. And they're pinning those doubles, 1 or 2 darts, just shows that they've got the right preparation and routines.
Well, Decker has suddenly turned it on.
140.
140 at the end of the previous leg, followed by a 180 at the start of this one.
Although I talk about those routines and those practices, when I played in
97.
Group B not too long ago, and Andreas Harrison was in that group, he didn't really practice too much. He spent a lot of the time just sort of sat, just mulling things over.
100.
There you see that giant that is Decker, throwing down at every single
40.
target on the
Andreas
dartboard.
Jurkan, 161.
Just goes to show how much when you hit
54.
what you hit is important, not just what you hit, because he had that spell, didn't he? 140 followed by 180, Decker, and it's not going to avail him anything.
42.
But the only
Andreas
two
Jurkan,
three-figure scores he's
107.
had in the game came at the end of the previous leg and at the start of this leg. Andreas Harrison just keeps plodding on as it 4 tons in the match.
51.
And that might prove to
Call
be the
your car,
difference. He's more likely
142.
to get darts at double than Decker is here. Famous last words. And Decker does indeed get a dart at double top.
122.
Was that thing he was just saying about
Andreas
people with
Jurkan,
microphones in their
56.
hand and saying certain comments? Right on cue. Well, I'm going to do it myself. Andreas Harrison's been fantastic on the
Game shot on
finishes so
second
far.
leg. Andreas
And he
Harrison.
continues on that trend. 2 from 2 in this, 4 from 7 in his opener.
Third leg,
Give this
called
man a
through
shot,
first. Game
and you're
on.
likely to lose the leg.
Yeah, looking to climb to the top of the table with victory here, joining Haruki Muramatsu on 2 wins from 2.
97.
Kevin Painter against Chris Wickenden follows this. And two players
100.
whose days have kind of sort of crossed paths, haven't they? Painter started brilliantly and then just declined quickly in his last match, and Chris Wickenden started slowly but accelerated
100.
quickly in his last match.
I think it's the game that both players need right now as well, because Chris Wickenden is someone who sort of looks at reputation. So he's going to want this game quite a lot
100.
here against Kevin Painter, where Kevin Painter will look at that and feel that that's a very winnable game as well. So an intriguing tie, that one coming up next.
99.
Do love that logo on the back of the shirt there as well for Decker, the city with the darts towering over the top.
140.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of incredible darts movie was once made, doesn't it? Gives you Batman vibes.
140. Andreas Jokar, 161.
Dart Man. That's a magazine that might not sell as well.
Maybe that should be his nickname.
On the back of the shirt. But loads
125. Koyukar, 65.
Well, can Dartman take out 65? You are going to be some sort of darting superhero. You've got to take out shots like this.
Game shot on the
And he
third
does.
leg. Kordeka.
And Decker is therefore back in the game.
Fourth leg, Andreas is through first. Game on.
Remember in the last series, actually, Henry Deacon dubbed someone Dartman because they kept taking out 100 and he said it was like their superpower. Possibly the worst superpower I've ever heard of any superpower. Why would you want incredible strength or the ability to fly, X-ray vision? You can take out a ton finish.
96. $100.
Well, it's an interesting conversation about what are the most important attributes for a darts player. Obviously, there's technique, and yeah, people have outcomes. People talk about scoring and finishing, but they're more outcomes of the stuff that goes in. But things like
136.
mentality and technique and stance and all these kind of things. What would you put on your sort of darting top trumps card?
Understanding.
93. Andreas Jokar, 170.
And what is it that gets progression? The understanding the science behind it. Because someone can say to you, go do this. You need to know why. You need to know what it's trying to achieve.
78.
And I work a lot with individuals, and a lot of people come to me for the psychology side of things. But the issue is they're not doing the right things in the first place. So it's like someone coming to you and saying, I eat 3 kebabs every day, but I want to lose weight. How can I do it? But I still want to eat the kebabs.
I did say
59.
to keep that conversation
Andreas
private.
Jokar, 92.
Can Andres Harrison get his teeth into this?
52. Koyukar, 154.
Treble 20. Not found. So Harrison looking at tops.
44. Andreas Jokar, 40.
Yet to miss a dart at a double in this match. That's an ideal dart there for Andreas Harrison. Expecting this one to go in.
Andreas
He
Harrison.
just made it bigger. Just opened up the bed, very much like a basketball hoop with that
Fifth leg
backdoor
corner through
just
first. Game
playing
on.
off the target.
Yeah, so the stat says that he has missed one, but it's not one that matters. Again, sometimes statistics can be misleading because as long as you're hitting it with one of the 3 darts you have at it, your opponent can't
54.
return.
Is a stat I'd like to see, like functional finishing, because functional finishing, Andreas Harrison would be 100%. He could have got that with the 3rd dart and you'd still be 100%. Because it was a non-effective miss.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, some players talk about that the way they throw the darts at double depends on how many they have.
100.
See it on double 1 all the time. A player will literally try and lay down a marker above it to help guide it in.
Or you could walk into
100.
any bar or darts venue in the UK, Europe, anywhere around the world, and what they'll do is go 1 up, 1 in.
And I'm sure it happens on other doubles as well at certain times.
140.
Depending on how your darts land, if you have those darts that sort of stand to attention and can act to open up the bed, then you'll probably throw pretty high at tops with your first one if you've got 3.
140.
Harrison is first to a finish in what he hopes is the last leg of the match, but it's a big finish. Treble 17 will be the number.
139.
Treble
Andreas
90,
Jokar,
which is
164.
an interesting route on 87. And this is the perfect route, and 164.
Game,
Oh, what
short
a
on
way
the
to
match,
win it.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison completes a brilliant performance with a stunning checkout, a 164 finish. He averages 100 in the end, and look at that, 4 out of 5 on the doubles, but the miss didn't matter in the penultimate leg, and then he bedded the bull in that last leg. 164, fine finish, fine performance, and Andreas Harrison is the man of the moment in this group. Coming next, Kevin Painter is back in action. He takes on Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our action here on day 1. And whilst we're on the subject of superheroes, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Matt Edgar alongside me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results from our matches up to press. Before the break, we saw Andreas Harrison get the better of Quadeca by 4 legs to 1. Prior to that, well, it's been a very good start for Haruki Muamatsu. 2 victories for him, 1 against Core and 1 against Kevin Painter to kickstart today. But we're going to begin by talking about Painter, obviously one of our star names this week at the Super Series, and it looks as if his game's in a real good place at the minute. Last time we saw him here, we saw him have a little bit of a tinker around with equipment. We saw him here, this is against Peter Hudson, where he was using 3 different combinations of flight, stems, barrels, things like that. But it looks like today, okay, he lost that last game but he looks like his game's in a really good place. Opened up really well against Makuru.
When we talk about the tinkerers of darts and equipment over the years, he's one of the people that's never really gone into that conversation, but probably should have. and he's tinkered around with different sort of stems, lengths, flights, different shapes, and it does change completely how the dart goes. But one thing we're seeing now is going back to what's worked for him for many years, which is sort of this pear sort of shaped flight, one that he used throughout most of his career, and he's looking pretty good today. He's looking solid with those, and for one thing he's going to need to do is get some confidence with the equipment that he's using, and that opening game should have done exactly that for him.
Yeah, got the better of Mikuru Suzuki 4-1, as you just saw in your picture there, and then was on the reverse of the scoreline against Haruki Muromatsu. On debut in this competition, 2 wins, very much settled into the week, but we kind of had high expectations because of what Haruki's done in the past.
Yeah, and he came into this, and I was a little unsure what version we would get. When we look at his past, he's shared the stage with people like Phil Taylor, 16-time world champion, the greatest player that's ever played this game, and he's had success as well on the big stages, plenty of experience, but that was like 9 years ago now, the last time we saw him on those sort of big stages. He's been playing a little bit on the Asian tour, been doing good over there, but this is completely different to what those tour events are like. Those tour events are a multi-board system, lots of things going on. It suits some people, doesn't suit others. And it was interesting to see how that's going to switch across for him coming into this environment, and he's really took to it well.
Yeah, he really has settled into proceedings. Mikuru Suzuki, maybe not so much so, but we have seen moments from her, including this 1-2-3 here against Chris Wickenden. This was to save the match, although Wickenden would go on and claim the points.
It's a mixed bag that she's coming here with. She's coming here off the women's tour where, yes, she had moments of brilliance picking up a title, but also the last game before she came here, Chris Murphy mentioning on commentary about how she put to social media that she struggled with a bit of jet lag. Now, coming down from Wigan to here as well, that's another big car journey. I think we're probably going to see the better of her as the week goes on, but I think she could be in for a bit of a struggle today.
Yeah, it's a long car journey down from Wigan to Portsmouth, which was made last night by Mikuru. Let's have a look then at the embryonic table. 2 rounds of matches have been completed, and it is the Super Swede Andreas Hargason that is top of the table. Now, you've got experience of playing Andreas here at the Super Series. What would you say his biggest strengths are, and what is he utilising so far today?
Oh, he's finishing by far. He's looking absolutely brilliant on the outer ring, and that's a real danger at the moment, because one of the things as well is the more he does that, the more the players are going to be aware of that. And then it gets to the point where you start worrying about where he is in a leg. You don't want him to have a shot at a finish, because he just keeps hitting them. Doesn't matter if it's a single dart or as he ended up there with a 1-6-4 finish for the match.
Well, Andreas will be in action in a couple of games' time. But next up for us, it is Kevin Painter in action. He takes on Chris Wickenden. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box. And if we're going to carry on with superhero themes, here's Murph Man.
C-, Henry, for that one. Must do better. But Kevin Painter, well, he has been a superhero in the darting world for many, many years. As we were talking about, it's ridiculous, isn't it, how long Kevin Painter has been around.
First leg, Kevin, you through first. Game on.
How long will he be around this week at the Super Series? The aim for all of these players is to top this group and have Thursday
58.
and Friday off, and then get back to the stage for Saturday to play at finals night. Painter has been there. He's been to the final. Didn't work out for him when he got there, but he's up against Chris Wickenden here, who started to turn things around in that previous match when he got a win against Mikuru Suzuki.
46.
Painter probably will feel, Matt, that the conversation that you just had on the balcony should have been about him winning both of his games, but didn't pan out that way in the end.
Oh, absolutely. He's 3-1 up in that game and cruising,
58.
had opportunities to win it, and he's one of those players that when they get opportunities to win it, they feel they should.
140. $85.
He will be favourite for this one, but Chris will be a little bit more confident after that previous victory. Muramatsu faces Harrison next. The top two
60.
going head to head.
135.
Really interesting conversation there with Henry Deacon about the equipment of Kevin Painter. It's something that I've seen him do in practice many times, where he'll throw with 3 different setups just to try and see which one works best for him at that time. But never seen it employed in a game before. Even Peter Wright's not gone that far yet.
84.
5 missed
Kevin
by
O'Carr,
Wickenden, allowing
102.
Painter, whatever darts he's using. Or does he stay there? That's a great dart. It's in, Kevin.
Double check there from Paul Hinks. Kevin's checking again.
Are you sure it's in, Paul? It's in, Kev. Well, these are... Kevin Painter is now a player on the seniors too. They say the eyes are the first thing to go.
82.
I believe Kevin's
O'Carr,
eyes
5.
left him a long time ago. He's one of the players that's had various treatments, currently wears contacts.
No score. Kevin O'Carr, 20.
If I was Kevin Painter after that tops had missed by a margin, I'd have been asking Paul Hinks to check if that was in as well.
Well, Chris Wickenden didn't need to check if that was in, because that was a long way away from the big single one. Offers Painter the opportunity.
15. Chris O'Carr,
I said when
5.
Kevin checked out very early on a double, I said it's quite important that he starts well on the finishes, because this is, at the moment for him, an area that he's
No score.
highlighted as a
Kevin O'Carr,
weakness. Chris
5.
Wickenden, weakness for you, is hitting a big one.
Yeah, and that happens so often. When you've hit an 18, it's the overcompensating, and Painter shows him how it's done. And
Game
Painter
shot on the
picks off
first
the
leg.
finish.
Kevin Painter.
Well, it wasn't the way he would have wanted to win the leg, but he wins it.
Second leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't matter if you win it in 23 darts like Kevin did there, or 9 darts, you still only get 1 point.
93.
Both players playing for the 3rd time today. Painter still has Cord Decker and Andreas Harrison to meet on Monday. Wickenden with Haruki Muramatsu
45.
and Decker himself. Of course, Decker, one of 2 players in the table not to pick up any points, but that will change when he meets Mikuru Suzuki in a couple of games' time.
83.
If there is any encouragement, though, for Chris Wickenden, it was the fact that he grew into the game in the last match when he picked up the victory against Suzuki
58.
4 legs to 1. It was a very similar story in that one. Took him a long time in the opening leg, then got better as it went. Kevin Painter was quite the opposite.
81.
He started well and then sort of tailed off as the match went. He was running sort of mid-90s when it looked like he was going to win 4-1 against Muramatsu.
60.
Before Muramatsu had the comeback, and there's that smile that I was saying about when Kevin Painter is getting the darts right on that wire. It almost frustrates him now that he's so close, but feels so far away at
26.
times.
He's still got interest in this leg if he can start to locate that treble,
60.
but still can't. And that's probably part of the frustration. He knows if a couple of those darts have been converted, then he'd be very much in the leg.
45.
Well, no finish for Chris Wickenden, and had he thought about
One
that,
out
he
of
could have left
40.
one, despite the erroneous first dart. And Kevin Painter does start to find the treble and is on a finish first.
'83. Kevin O'Carr, 138.
.62 left for Painter.
86. Chris O'Carr, 90.
Sets himself up on a nice 2-darter. Chris Wickenden might be a dart at the ball. We expect to see him on the 20s. It's an ideal dart there for Chris to leave the 5-5, a bigger target than the bullseye.
85. Kevin O'Carr,
No conversion.
52.
There comes up short, not for the first time, and it all went wrong by missing 5-5 there. in the previous leg.
32.
So,
Chris, you
can he hit a big
5.
one this time? He's tried it twice. He's hit an 18. He's hit a 20. But that is perfectly pitched. For 2 darts, a double 2.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that's the
Chris
reward
Wickenden.
for Wickenden, who levels this match up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think if he was going to do the all things fair comparison, would probably say that the game's where it should be at the moment.
57.
1 apiece, both players under par at the moment. In these short format games, you don't have to get it right for long. You don't have to find your best for an hour or 45 minutes like
100.
some of the larger games in darts. Think like a World Championship game. First round, you're up there for about an hour. Here, it can all be done in minutes.
125. $93. 85. 134.
Starting to warm to the task now, the players. And it is so often this happens when one player starts to find it, the other one does
59.
as well. It just becomes a bit easier. When your opponent starts hitting, you're sort of not looking for opportunities anymore. You've got to carve them out.
98.
So 76
45. Chris
for
Wickenden
Wickenden to
76.
take the lead in this match. Perfect dart.
Game shot on
We've
the third
seen
leg. Chris Wickenden.
Something in this match which means Matthew Edgar is getting it totally right and totally wrong at the same time.
Fourth
He
leg,
did say
Chris to
that he
throw
expected
first.
Chris
Game on.
Wickenden to produce a little bit more than he did last time here, that he might grow in the day. But he also said that Kevin Painter would perhaps start as he meant to go on, and Painter's performance is really
57.
dropping off, isn't it? Rapidly and maybe alarmingly so.
I think for me, it's not what I'm seeing on the left-hand side of the screen where the darts are landing. It's what I'm seeing
84.
on the right hand, which is Kevin's whole demeanour. He's getting very distracted and getting caught up in the story that he's telling himself is happening on the stage, rather than just like he was earlier, that sort of focus he
96.
had against Suzuki, just not there at the moment.
$81.
There's a look of fury on the face of Painter at the moment. And Chris Wickenden just trying to carry on.
$90.
See from him, no panic when he missed the treble 20.
125.
Kevin Painter, it's a decent visit, but because the last start was the bad one, the reaction is that it's a terrible visit.
I think there's no more shot that tells you
85.
that story than 66. If you go 5-1 treble 20 with the last start, you think, whew, at least I've saved it a little bit. If you get treble 20 first start and end up walking
100.
off with 66, you are absolutely raging.
Painter on a finish first against a throw here, but Wickenden will be hoping to leave a much smaller one.
58. Kevin O'Carr, 111.
Treble 17, the target, can't find it. Shake of the head from Kevin Painter. Feel like we'll be
51.
saying that a few times
Chris
this
O'Carr,
week.
115.
Hard mode to snap out of once you get in that cycle. You tend to find that even good darts don't help
59.
you out of
Kevin
it, because you
O'Carr,
just
60.
think, where was you before?
Or maybe a 60 checkout will help him out of it. Having to adjust slightly to find tops,
Game
but
shot
does
on the
find
fourth
tops.
flag. Kevin Painter.
And Kevin Painter gets level in this one. All square at 2-2.
Fifth flag, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $180.
And the ironic flick of the eyebrows there from Kevin Painter. Said even positive darts sometimes when you're in this mode and this mindset don't come across positive.
134.
Yeah, where were you before that you just mentioned? Sometimes though good darts all come at once, and these are
131.
really good darts from the artist. Painting by numbers at the moment.
$96.
This is one of them for Chris Wickerden where ironically he's putting his best leg of the game in when Kevin's putting his.
96.
Great leg here from Kevin, just 9 darts thrown to leave a possible 2 darter. Wickerden using the 19s. Treble would
57.
have gave him
Kevin
the option
O'Connor,
of leaving the
94.
170 by utilising the 25 or the ball. Something Kevin won't use on the 94.
74.
Well, not there yet, Kevin. Just agitates the artist a little bit. Could have been an 11 or 12 dart leg, but now he has to wait and hope that Wickham doesn't leave a finish, and then make sure that if he does, he
54.
hits.
Kevin O'Connor, 20.
Like the last time, right
Game
on the
shot of the
wire, but
fifth
then he
leg,
finds
Kevin
it with the
Painter.
second dart. Good leg of darts there for Kevin Painter. 14 darter, just to maybe stamp a bit of
Six flag, Chris
authority
to
on
throw
this game.
first. Game on.
So Painter looking to join Haruki Muramatsu and Andreas Harrison on 4 points.
26.
And that pair play next. One of them will move to 6, but Kevin Painter will be very much in contention.
45.
He's been looking forward to this week, getting on the dartboard, but also after the football, support his beloved Ipswich Town. They'll be playing tomorrow just down the road against Southampton.
125. $97.
It's one of the badges he's got on his collar. I believe the other one, the blue flowers, are dementia awareness.
134.
Yeah, nice touch from Kevin Painter.
45.
Are you sure that other one's an Ipswich Town badge? Because it's got some trophies on it.
Must be an old one.
$60.
Well, he'd love to get his hands on a trophy here on Saturday night, wouldn't he, Kevin Painter?
100. Chris O'Connor, 156.
Chris Wickenden out to stop him from succeeding in this match. 156 and 2 goes at it. Could do it in 1. Another can't quite be found.
100.
Just for fun, what do you think?
174.
Perfect, wasn't it?
Chris O'Connor, 56.
Is it too late?
Well, it weren't too little, was it? It was an absolute brilliant shot there from Kevin. A maximum visit. Leave himself tops, but Wickerden wants tops. Take us all the way to a deciding leg.
36. Kevin
The
O'Connor,
artist
40.
pressurising set-up play may have caused Chris to miss. And
Game shot
Painter
on the
pins
match, Kevin
tops.
Painter.
And in the blink of an eye, snatches the victory away from Chris Wickenden. Painter wins it 4-2 in the end. A struggle for the first half of the match, but Painter was masterful in the second half of that game. An average just shy of 81 in the end, partly because of how difficult he found it for the first part of the game. But it is 2 points on the board for Kevin Painter, joining the top two on 4, and they're going to play each other next as Muramatsu faces Harrison.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 2, notching her second victory in 3 games for the artist. Right, next up for us, it's the 2 players with 100% records in Group A going toe-to-toe, but someone's O has got to go as Haruki Muramatsu takes on Andreas Harrison. Watching this one in the commentary box, here's Matt, here's Chris.
Yeah, top of the table clash in the early stages of Group A as Muramatsu meets Harrison for the first time of at least 3 battles this week.
First leg, Haruki to throw first.
Harrison is the man
Game on.
at the top of the table on leg difference, largely because of that brilliant performance against Kordecker in his previous game when he actually averaged over 100, took out a 164, and was pretty much perfect on his doubles.
100.
It's been the story of the day so far from Andreas Harrison. He's only thrown 12 darts at a double all day and hit 8 of them.
140.
Seems to be the common theme. Give him a shot and he'll take it out. No further opportunities given when we talk about that functionality of the finishing.
140.
Muramatsu certainly has got better from game 1 to game 2.
95.
He is one of the favourites to win this week, and he's showing us why. Both him and Harrison, joint 5-1 favourite for the week. Also chuck in there Mike Gillett, who
100.
has won a week here in the past, but he's also playing some really good darts out on the WDF circuit as well. He's looking forward to making his Lakeside debut later on this year.
140.
Be
Rookie
joining
car
us
161.
later on in the week in Group B.
Good start. We saw Harrison produce such a blockbuster finish in the previous match.
137.
Muramatsu
Andreas
do the
Yokar,
same, but he leaves it
126.
pretty handy.
Well, he ended the last game with a bullseye finish for a
He's shot on the
164. He
first
starts
leg.
this with a
Andreas
bullseye
Harrison.
finish for a 126. We're talking about his doubles percentage being so good. It's not just because
Second leg,
he's
Andreas to
hitting
throw
the
first.
doubles.
Game on.
He's also hitting the bullseye, which is the smallest target on the board. And he's also taking out the big finishers.
Yeah, really good stuff from Andreas Harrison. Didn't play in the
100.
previous series, but did play in the last week of Series 3. And you may remember he was very good in Group A. He won 11 of his 15 matches, but finished second in the group. And that was
140.
only because he came up against Super Series superhero Darrell Pilgrim, who topped the table in that group. He did go on to play in that Group B
100.
that he came second in as well. Won't mention who won it.
So who did win that? So we mentioned there that Darrell Pilgrim won Group A.
Yes, it was you.
100.
And you said you won't mention it today.
And of course, that resulted in a finals night's place. And Andreas Harrison lost out to both Colin Osborne, the eventual winner, and Darrell
100.
Pilgrim. So, really, sorry, Darrell Pilgrim was the eventual winner that time. Osborne got through to the last Champions Week, didn't he? But he lost to those two players. But a really good start to the week from Harrison, and it'll be interesting
60.
without a sort of premier player like Pilgrim in this group. If he can get that points tally, you think it will be enough to win it.
Yeah, he was just unfortunate that week, just running into two Premier players in the group phases.
135.
Osborne. 66 when he comes back. I don't think he will, but he'd be well advised to start on the bullseye because he's hit it perfectly
177.
twice.
Andreas Yokar 66.
He'll probably go treble 10. And he's under pressure from that sublime setup shot from Muramatsu. It's one dart at top
26.
and it's over the top.
Rookie Yokar 24.
And he's missed something. And it's a functional miss because it's give the opportunity now to Muramatsu.
No score.
He's
Andreas
unable
Yokar
to
40.
take the chance. The way Harrison's been finishing, you don't expect that he's going to miss with 3 darts in his hand.
Yeah, missed when it mattered. Does he miss more?
No
Oh, he
score.
does. That's not the
Rookie
double he
Yokar
wanted.
24.
And Muramatsu returns, having missed 3 at this target, double 12. Gets a go at another target, double 6. But it's
18.
6 darts missed
Andreas
to level the
Yokar
match.
40. Game
Gets
shot on the
over line
second
in
leg.
the end,
Andreas
so
Harrison.
it's more of the same for Harrison, just in a different style, just not as clinical as it has been in the past, but
Third leg, a rookie to third
we
first.
can give him
Game
that
on.
one. We are on game number 3. He's going to have to miss something eventually. They're not robots. But is this maybe a situation where the two players are a little bit wary of each other because they know what they've done away from here, but
129.
the fact that they've both started the campaigns here so well. I wonder if there's a little bit of extra sort of respect there
60.
that just makes it a little bit trickier to bring out the best.
I think Andreas Harrison is emerging as the main man in this group, but there have been moments from Muramatsu, the 177
180.
in the previous leg, the 180 in this leg. So the big problem for
140.
Muramatsu is that Had 6 darts at double to square up the game, missed all of them.
$85.
Pressure is on here.
140. Rookie car 107.
Choices on the 88. Looking for the treble 16 to leave tops.
59. Andreas car 161.
Don't write Andreas Harrison off in this situation. He's already got 2 big finishers in his box already this morning.
65. Rookie car 48.
2-6 in this one, a 164 to win the last, but it's 48. Oh, Muramatsu, 2 darts at double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
This
Haruki
occasion,
Muramatsu.
the 8th dart at the double. Muramatsu gets a leg on
Fourth
the board.
leg Andreas
but
through first.
despite
Game
all
on.
the missed doubles, my eye is drawn to that running average at the moment for Muramatsu. 98.20, despite the fact he's only 1 from 8 on the doubles.
Yeah, really good actually from both players, isn't it, this?
140.
It's not showing any sign of dropping.
Muramatsu's average goes over the 100. Makes you think if you could have
140.
tidied up those doubles a bit, we might be watching a player here that could be chasing down sort of record territory.
Wow.
180.
Well, anything you can do, I can do better is the way this game's going at the moment.
100.
Talk about that big scoring power here. We're only in leg 4. When we look at those scores of 140 or more, we've got 11. This is top quality scoring
85.
power from
Andreas
both.
car 161.
What a leg of darts it
65.
could end up
Haruki car
being if
96.
Muramatsu goes out on 96. Harrison's on the same. He's thrown 3 more darts, so. And it could be an 11 darter.
78.
That
Andreas
has been his
car
Achilles heel in
96.
this match. Imagine how good his performance would be if it wasn't for the 9 missed darts that double he's had now. Can Harrison show him how it's done?
Game shot on
He
the
does.
fourth leg. Andreas Harrison.
Wow, this is a remarkable match. Andreas Harrison leading it 3-1, despite the fact that
Fifth
Haruki
leg,
Muramatsu
Haruki
is
through
averaging
first. Game on.
103, and that is with 9 darts missed at double in the game. Those numbers would be through the roof.
You could win a whole leg of darts in 9 darts, couldn't you?
100.
Yeah, it is
96.
totally sky high the standard, but he's missing the important part of it.
Well, there's one thing when you're scoring the way he is at the moment,
100.
he's going to get more opportunities. And that's kind of the thing he's got to go with. You've always got to pick out the positives in these situations, and the positives is he's getting that many opportunities.
96.
And, well, the law of averages, when you're playing this well, you've got to think it's going to start going your way. He has already had a turnaround victory, so we know he's not going to fear
100.
being behind. He was 3-1 down to Kevin Painter earlier on. He managed to turn that one around into a victory. However, Harrison playing
139.
significantly better than Kevin Painter was in that match.
And that was good thinking from the Swede to ensure he left a finish, utilising the bullseye 25 segment with the last start. But look at the pressure
Andreas
applied.
car 170.
This is actually for the match.
Did win the last match with a 164 finish. In this situation, he's just setting it up. He sets it up absolutely perfectly. And he's probably going to stand there with a little bit of hope.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
No hope. As Muramatsu closes that out in 13 darts. I feel for Andreas Harrison right now, if he's going to win this game, it has to be in this leg. Because with the scoring power that Muramatsu is having at the moment, you'd fancy him to be able to hold a throw in a decider.
100.
Well, both players are now averaging in 3 figures. It's been a delightful darting duel, this one. The highest average that Muramatsu has ever produced on record, 109.31. He's not a million miles away from
137.
matching or even bettering that in this game. That was on the Asian Tour earlier this year in Singapore.
100.
That first dart, every time for Muramatsu, straight in the treble. That is 2 137s onto the board as well. That's another double treble combination. And that's something where you'd like to see stats adjusted a little bit, because it's the same as a 140, but only cashes as a ton in terms of the stats.
Well, 161 again for Andreas Harrison. We've been here before.
60. Andreas Rukar, 161.
Not going to happen, but to stay in the match, despite an average of 106.
95.
Haruki Muramatsu may have to take out 167.
Andreas
really
Rukar,
left it very
66.
handy. Harrison in a strong position now to win this match.
It's one dart. At tops.
Game
it's in
shot on the
tops.
match.
And it brings an end to what has been a quite brilliant game. A 4-2 success in the end for Andreas Harrison. But the numbers are through the roof. Both players averaging in 3 figures. Muramatsu defeated despite posting an average of almost 104. But if you want to know the reason why, just look at those checkout stats. 9 darts missed at double, just 18% in that department. And doubles, as they so often do, make all the difference. It's Harrison who maintains his perfect start to the day. Now trying to get off the mark, it's Mikuru Suzuki and Kordeka coming up after the break.
Well, what a game that was before the break. Haruki Murematsu against Andreas Harriusson. Andreas running at a 4-2 victor. Both players averaging above the ton. Haruki losing with an average of 103.76, but that was because of 9 missed darts at a double. Harriusson with a 1-2-6 checkout, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring to make it 3 from 3 for the Super Swede at the Super Series. So from Sweden to Norway now as Kordeka takes on Mikuru Suzuki, looking to get her first points of the day. Watching this one, Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, both players looking to get off the mark for Monday at the MODUS Super Series. Mikuru Suzuki and Kordeka, the towering figure of the Norwegian, who was beaten 4-1 by Murematsu.
First leg, Mikuru to throw first.
And
Game on.
by Andreas Harriusson. So I think one of the points to consider for Kordeka is who he's played.
85.
I've never seen anyone have to look up to someone so much to get the eye contact for the fist bump there. This is a proper little and large scenario, but I think the concerning thing for both the players so far is the fact they've only picked up 2 legs apiece. Obviously, one of them's going to have to win 4 legs in this match. I don't think either of them are going to be coming to this full of confidence when we mention about Suzuki leaving that women's tour with that torrid performance.
40.
And then she's not found too much success here yet, but she's finding success on the doubles. We're making a lot of comments about Andreas Harriusson and his finishing, but Mikuru Suzuki has only
99.
had 2 darts at doubles today, and she's hit them both. And they just so happen to be for tumpless finishes. She's took out a 110 and a 1-2-3.
70.
Yeah, there's a real struggle from Suzuki to get there at times today, but when she has got there, she's been perfect, as Matt mentioned. However, I am slightly surprised with a sluggish start from Suzuki. If you're looking at some kind of metric to measure how she might perform by, you only have to really go as far back as Fallon Sherrock, who is always competitive here at the Super
55.
Series, often has made it through to finals night. Yet Mikuru Suzuki is ranked higher than her on the Women's Series Order of Merit, so you would expect her to be at least equally competitive.
97.
The signs so far don't suggest that's the case.
$85.
It's that time
Kordeka
of year
66.
as well where players start thinking about what's ahead because all starts coming thick and fast. Little 18.
30.
Leg breaker throw. Suzuki can't take out the 166. So Kordeka will be coming back. And when we look ahead for Suzuki, we mentioned about possible Grand Slam spaces and World Championship slots.
27. Kordeka 36.
So back to that double 18.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Kordeka.
there is the double for Decker.
Second leg, Kordeka through first. Game on.
Mikuru Suzuki just trying to do something to get herself going.
180.
It's one of
81.
the players that appear to have made their statement in terms of where they're going to be playing their darts. We've seen Fallon Sherrock opt to fully commit to the PDC. She's done some of the
59.
Challenge Tour events. She certainly does all the ladies tours and Q School. We have seen Mikuru Suzuki at Q School in the past, but she is one of those that isn't currently doing the WDF tour, which
60.
suggests that she's not going to be trying to expand on those 2 Women's World Championships. She's a player that you can expect to see now trying to take on that women's match play
93.
and maybe even give a tour card of her own is something that she highlighted during the lockdown phases as something she wants to get when we came out of the COVID times. Mentioned the relocation over to the UK.
100.
Yeah, she did.
$85.
Playing that world match play, that women's world match play this year, Mikuru Suzuki. And that's a big carrot, isn't it, now for all the women
45.
players? 8 of them
Total
get
count
to that event
84.
each year. The race to next year is already underway, and she's already in a very good position.
Well, it's becoming a viable option now for ladies players. We look at Mikuru
52.
Suzuki's Order of Merit for this year, and the prize money from the Women's Series events alone is £13,300. At times, that's not even been the prize money for winning the World Championships. And that doesn't include the fact that she'd be guaranteed another £7,500 for the Worlds,
48.
potentially £5,000 for the
Total
Grand
count
Slam.
32.
So that would double it before she's played any other events such as development tours or ADCs.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's
Cole
Decker.
Decker.
Who doubles his lead in this one. Yeah, Mikuru Suzuki, the record holder, isn't she?
Third
for the
leg,
highest
Mikuru to
average
throw
at the
first. Game on.
Women's World Match Play, 92.16 when she beat Eileen de Graaf on debut, having not played in it the previous year.
I think one of my favourite
35.
moments of that event was John McDonnell dancing to Baby Shark.
Yeah, that is Makuru's walk-on music.
59.
In the Women's World Match Play race for next year, she's already in provisional 4th spot. It will be a few familiar names, but interestingly, Anastasia Dobromyslova is in those places now. 'Cause she
28.
reached 2 finals at the weekend. Another player who we saw in our previous venue.
140.
And may see again. Of course, we'd all love to see Bo Greaves play here at the Super Series, but which other women players would you think would be good to watch in this kind of surrounding?
I think there's a few of them coming through,
41.
isn't there? Obviously, Laura Turner's been improving year on year. I think for me, though, I'd love to see Bo here
92.
and see how she sort of handles the week. We've seen Trina Gulliver down here in the past. Lisa Ashton's been down here.
I'd sort of throw in another name, Robin Byrne. She's a very, very good player. Won a Women's
60.
Series this year. And rapid as well. Always good to see. Speed.
What about Katie Sheldon?
It seems to have
44.
had a bit of a lull. Sheldon. Young Sheldon started off with a big bang in darts, but she hasn't been able to follow it up the last year or so. But yeah, we were
100.
talking 2, 3, 4 at the most. We're now looking at maybe 8 to 10 players that you start to consider.
But how much of that is that Katie's game maybe is not where it was a year
96.
ago, or maybe it's more the fact that now Bo's on the tour, Mikuru Suzuki's having a second wave to her career, that the standard at the top has just got a little bit deeper now.
Yeah, I think it's probably a fair point. And I think we've seen that in some of
43.
the main PDC tour as
Call
well,
your
where
car
certain players
70.
are falling down the rankings, but not because they're getting worse, because other players are getting better. Decker might be about to better the scoreline in this match. He's looking at double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
38.
It's just that, isn't it? There's only so many places in a winner's enclosure. There can only be 8 quarterfinalists. It doesn't matter how good the field is. You can't expand the amount of winners. The first round at a Pro Tour, 64 people will lose. Doesn't matter how good they are, how
38.
good they play.
Call
We
car
have to have
32.
64 losers.
And Mikuru Suzuki might be about to lose
Game
for
shot on
the
the
third
third leg.
time
Cole
today,
Decker.
because the third leg goes the way of Decker. And you can tell she's looking sort of like it's
Fourth leg
very
called, threw
laboured.
first.
She thought she
Game
was
on.
throwing first in this leg. Really struggling at the moment, Suzuki. Just trying to get herself going.
135.
I still just can't get over the height difference here. It's when she's walking back and she's sort of like at elbow height of Cordecker. You normally say someone's head and shoulders, but
140.
this is beyond that.
100.
Wickenden Muramatsu next. Then Cordecker will meet Kevin Painter, who's having a hit and miss day, but will be happy with 2 out of 3.
Someone
100.
said that ain't bad.
Kevin
84.
Suzuki would love to get a leg on the board here. Couple of trebles required, but they've been few and far between in this game. Only 140 from her in the match. Be a good time to get another one.
100.
She's not yet to have a double in this game either. As she's only had 2 across the whole day, which I think just highlights how outscored and outplayed she's been so far.
It would be amazing if she were to take this out and carry on that incredible record. Treble 20 is the first port of call. The 1 is knocked off, but that might mean it's the last visit for her in this game.
81. Corridor car 42.
This to complete the whitewash win. Double 16. This could get a little bit messy. Double 9.
Game
Nails
shot
it
in the
though.
match.
And
Cordecker.
Decker demolishes Mikuru Suzuki. A 4-0 success for the Norwegian. Suzuki not happy with her performance in that game. She goes down, didn't get a double once again, but Decker hit half of the attempts that he threw and will be very happy to have picked up his first points. Coming next, Chris Wickenden takes on Haruki Muramatsu.
Cool, blimey. What a performance that was from Decker before the break, getting the better of Makura Suzuki by 4-0. That rounds off the third round worth of fixtures. Before that, Andreas Harriason inflicted a first defeat upon Haruki Muamatsu, and Kevin Painter was in the winner's enclosure against Chris Wickington. So this is how the table looks after 3 rounds of fixtures, and it is the Swede at the top of the pile, the only player with an unbeaten record left in the competition. Painter and Muamatsu, both 2 wins from 3, whilst Makura Suzuki is the only player yet to get off the mark here in Group A. Right, next up for us, it is Haruki Muamatsu, who can move on to 6 points with victory here. He takes on Chris Wickington, who's looking to join his opponent on 4. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Chris.
And based on the previous match, you would expect Haruki Muamatsu to be a big favourite in this one. He was brilliant, absolutely brilliant against Andreas Harrison, but just missed 9 darts at double, and he could not
First leg, Chris to throw first.
turn an electrifying scoring performance into a victory, because Harrison was almost equally good and was much better in the doubling department, which is what makes all the difference.
Well, this morning you could have got a price of 4 to 6 on Muamatsu
100.
to win this game, and on the basis of what we've seen so far, I'd say that would have been a good price. When we come into the match, he's 4 to 6. That means there's not really been a market move, which does surprise me
41.
a little bit on the basis of what we're seeing so far. Muamatsu winning his opening 2 games and then losing the last one with 103.76 average. Chris Wickington, his last couple of performances,
140.
average-wise, have still been underneath those of Muamatsu's.
Yeah, he still has core Decker to face. That looked an easier game
100.
10 minutes ago than it does now. Decker beating Makura Suzuki 4-0. Muamatsu has Suzuki still to face in that all-Japanese duel.
Just get the feeling that core Decker's grown into it a
125.
little bit.
Let's hope it doesn't grow anymore.
50.
Cordecker
Visual
taking
car
on Kevin
136.
Painter after this. Another one in there. Leaves 88.
128.
But a long way ahead in this opening leg.
Seems to be a common theme as well for Muamatsu, that he seems to start slow in the opening leg and then he just starts rattling in 140s and
100.
137s.
8.
Couldn't get one there and needed one to leave a finish. 2 2s. Doesn't want to see this dart go inside.
4.
Didn't. But Muamatsu does still get the chance to apply some kind of pressure.
100. Visual car 4. Getting shot on the first leg.
Twos
Chris
never
Wickington.
lose is the expression for some, and certainly that'll be it here for Chris Wickington. He wraps up the opening leg,
Second
and
leg
that's
of
a
rookie
good
to throw
settler there
first.
for him,
Game
a
on.
16 darter. Did say I expect that he's going to grow into this week as it goes, but one person we know who grows into games, Muamatsu. He just keeps starting off
139.
slow in matches. They're really raising it after that opening leg. Maybe he should just come out and say, okay, you can have the first leg and we'll just get started.
45.
Yeah, lost the first leg against Cordecker. Went on to win that match 4-1. He lost 3 of the first 4 against Kevin Painter.
140.
But then won the last 3 to get victory in that one. First defeat came against Andreas Harrison despite his best performance.
85.
Maybe the tactic for the players should be let him have the first leg, even if it's not very good, because then he might just continue like that. He doesn't like being 1-0 down, does he? He hates it.
Lull him to a false sense of security. But here we go again. He's raising the stakes in leg 2.
$55. Haruki 42.
Options here for Matsu. Chooses the double 16. That's an
shot on the
11
second
dart
leg.
leg. That's a
Muramatsu.
fantastic leg of darts there from Muramatsu, who continues this trend of really
Survey
bouncing
Chris to
straight
throw
back
first.
after a poor
Game
opening
on.
leg.
$81.
It really has lift off again. He'd have a good sort of heat map, wouldn't he? Even though he wasn't
100.
finding the 140s, etc. in the opening leg of the match. All his darts seem to be there or thereabouts around that treble 20. Not like Wickenden, who seems to get a pull and a push from time to time.
45.
Well, you can tell it's a very manufactured throw that Muramatsu has, and so repetitive, so reliable.
And all that equals
60.
consistency. And again, even though it didn't find the red bit, it wasn't far away. Just so much more erratic arrows for Chris Wickenden.
A lot of lift in the Wickenden throw, a lot of lift in the arm. This more straight through and direct.
95.
Just allows you to propel the dart.
Having to chase around the trebles
93.
here and finally finds one. Again, just I'd love to see it if someone had the ability to do it. That heat map, it wouldn't be much. It just look like a slightly bigger treble, wouldn't it? His heat map, always there or thereabouts. Now for Chris Wickenden, he should be getting a bedfellow.
100. Haruki 106.
Matsu's had a good day. He's hit some big stuff, but he's yet to hit a finish over 100.
86. Chris Yukar 146.
The wait will continue.
Could yet find himself behind. Treble 19 is the target. Wants another one. It was difficult. It was sitting quite high in that treble. That's not ideal for him.
94. Haruki Yukar 20.
Suppose he could have looked at an alternative route. It would have been unorthodox.
Game shot on the third leg.
In the end, Muramatsu takes the leg and leads 2-1.
Sometimes you have to go those sort of
Fourth leg,
unorthodox
Haruki
ways
to
due to how
first.
the
Game
darts
on.
lie. I remember Michael Smith against Ian White at the European Tour, and he put a 20 in and blocked it. He went bull for the match.
But he could have gone 51-38,
60.
couldn't he, in that scenario, Chris Wickenden, the previous leg. But when you've got a dart in the treble, sometimes you think you can follow it. He must know more than anyone how his darts behave.
140.
But it is a real problem having a high dart in any bed for him, or above any bed, as we saw earlier in the day when he struggled on tops, having blocked it above.
Treble 13 bull would have been another route as well, but I think some of this also comes down to the stubbornness of it. It's easy when we sit here and we're analysing things and we sort of can see the bigger picture, but as a player, you're like, no, I can get it in there. I'll just force it in, no problems.
140.
Thought he might have been able to force that one in there. But he is closing the gap in terms of standard in this game. For much of it, Haruki Muramatsu was averaging over 100 and he was averaging in the 70s. But now that gap is,
100.
even though it's still big, it's starting to close.
Muramatsu heading towards the same sort of territory he was in his last game, 103.76. However,
That was in defeat.
Yeah, and as you made the point earlier, averages don't get you points, do they? Only wins do that.
I got asked that question last night on a stream.
60.
Would you rather
Official car
lose with a
130.
good average or win with a poor one? I'll win, please. I get paid on averages.
Well, that was a poor dart from Wickenden. And Muramatsu
45. Haruki car 144.
looking for a big one. 2 treble 20s or 2 treble 18s, but he finds a treble 20 having missed the treble 18 and might wish that he'd gone that way to start with.
108. Official car 85.
$20 for the bull. Treble for double 5. It will be the bull. To level up the game. Get back that advantage of the
52.
throw.
Haruki car 36.
2 18s. 2 9s. And now can't finish.
And that was kind of
No
a feature
score.
of that game when
Visual
he did
car
average
33.
103. He was missing the doubles still. Wickenden, who had his throw broken in the last. It's double 16 to wrestle it back.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris
It's
Wickenden.
game level and he puts himself back into the driver's seat of this match. It's a best of 3 with Chris Wickenden to throw first.
Fifth leg, Chris to throw
Despite
first. Game on.
being 11 points weaker in the average, he is probably now slight favourite to win this match.
58.
All square, but only 58. A trebleless turn to open from Wickenden, and Muramatsu has already outscored him after 1 dart. And he doubles that score after 2 and trebles it after 3.
180. $60. $60.
This is somebody that is enjoying the ADC system.
100.
He's here representing the ADC, as is Core Decker and Andreas Harrison, who are representing ADC Europe. A big fan of those vault systems and
60.
really enjoying that ADC tour. He's picked up a couple of finals and recently got a title to his name as well.
95.
Muramatsu bidding to break here. I think about the ball.
105.
Knocking off the odd bit to put himself on a 2-darter.
$100. Haruki car 96.
Great dart. Double 9. He got in trouble here
78.
in the previous
Official
leg.
car
And
88.
Wickenden will get a go here to move ahead for the first time since the first leg.
Be wishing he could stay on the treble 20 there, but with Muramatsu on a single double, he's going to have to go for the 18s for the bull. Wipe of the hands. Yeah, good firm grip on this dart, but it's
45.
another slip,
Haruki
another
car
low dart,
18.
and another opportunity for Muramatsu.
Well, persevering on double 9. He's been inside, he's been outside. Just hasn't been in. But he is
Game
now.
shot on the fifth leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
He's in the double, and he's in the lead. And Haruki Muramatsu will throw
Sixth leg Haruki to
what
throw
would
first.
be a
Game on.
third win in his first 4 matches here at the Super Series.
You got to feel if he can just tighten up the finishing a little bit here, he could be pulling away with Andreas Harrison at the top of the table. It could be down to those
60.
two on the evidence of what we've seen so far. There's plenty more games to go. 15 matches here. Group A will conclude on Wednesday.
Yeah, Kevin Painter also trying to keep the pace, and he's going to play
135.
Cord Decker next. Decker with 1 win from 3. Kevin Painter with 2. What you try to do in those types of matches is separate yourself from your opponent rather than let them join the party
97.
by either raising themselves up or dragging you down.
Well, it could start partying up the table, actually, and giving it into 2 different halves, essentially, because if Painter is to
100.
beat Cord Decker, there'll be a 4-point gap between the top and the bottom half, and we could be going into tomorrow already starting to look at players being out of the running.
127.
Something so right about Paul Hinks calling 127.
119.
Would he be calling 147 for Chris Wickenden?
$100. Chris Yukar, 147.
Needs a couple of trebles. There's one. Doesn't find the second one, so that gives Muramatsu a chance here to win this match. He's yet to hit a finish over 100
Haruki Yukar, 117.
throughout the day, but this would be a perfect time to find the first 3-figure out.
57 would have left tops. Instead, Wickenden will get a go at that target.
43. Chris Yukar, 40.
Always interesting watching him on this one. If he misses above, it's a bit of a disaster. And he does miss above. Well, that'll be a relief. Rather than having 2 darts dangling down, blocking the bed, he's got a clear sight of double 10.
Game shot on the
Which he
sixth leg.
nails
Chris
to force a
Wickenden.
decider in which he will have the throw. A minute ago, we were talking about this group
Seventh and
separating. We
final
might
leg.
be
Chris
seeing it
to
all
throw
bunch
first.
up.
Game on.
Can Pugs pick up the
58.
points?
Muramatsu's been in this position before against Kevin Painter at 3-3. He put in a fantastic leg to wrap things up. Clearly doesn't feel pressure in this situation. He's very
140.
cool and calm.
$83.
Muramatsu looking to do it again, put in that great last leg. Difficult dart for him, but he's used it.
100.
And it's a good enough start. After 6, he's 100 ahead, basically. That was an ideal marker.
140.
Wickenden. Always feel that the sort of standard shot we see of the dart ball almost provides an optical illusion because you don't quite see how much his darts do dangle down.
60.
Do believe when you get to this situation, a deciding leg, this is when you really get to see the measure of the player.
And there you see it, a much
55.
better sight of it. That looks like he's got room underneath that dart above the treble, but when you see what he's seeing, there was no room. And the worst thing for Chris Wickenden is that he's not on a checkout.
45.
Muramatsu, though, has left himself far back on this one. This is one of those situations where you say, who would you rather be?
Would you rather be Wickerden, who possibly thinks he's got 6 darts from here, or would you want to be
60.
Muramatsu, who's
Rookie car
guaranteed a shot?
156.
Could have used the bullseye there and left himself a 2-darter. Could have been on 100 rather than 105. I think it was worth the risk as well because
100.
had he hit the ball,
Crucial
he'd have
car
been on
105.
a much better finish as well. So Muramatsu, I'd say, still had the advantage. Now has to be perfect. Treble and double. And doesn't get the treble, nor even the single number he was going
47.
for.
Rookie car
Muramatsu
56.
may once again be about to win in a last leg decider. Double top to do so.
16.
Well, that has been
Chris
his problem
Yukar,
all day, hasn't
58.
it? It's now 10 darts missed at double in this one. He lost his last match after missing 9 darts at the outer ring. And Chris Wickenden gets the chance. Double 10, it's been kind to him today. And in it goes
shot on the
again.
match, Chris
And
Wickenden.
Muramatsu is once again punished for missed darts at double. Wickenden with the win. And it's a win that makes everything very interesting in this group because he joins his beaten opponent on 4 points in the table. The look to the heavens from Haruki is simply because he keeps missing darts at double and he keeps being punished. Wickenden, the beneficiary on this occasion, a 4-3 success for him. And coming next, it is Core Decker against Kevin Painter.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Chris Wickenden got the better of Haruki Muramatsu in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, it is Core Decker taking on Kevin Painter. Painter can join Andreas Harrison on 6 points ahead of his tilt in the next game against Mikuru Suzuki, whilst a win for Decker would mean that they would have 4 players all tied on 4 points. Matt and Chris are down in the commentary box.
Yeah, we were just discussing the fact that it could be a separation in this group. It could be quite
First
the
leg
opposite.
quarter
If
through
Decker
first.
can down
Game
Painter
on.
here, then there would be 4 players on 4. And it would give Andreas Harrison the chance to pull away at the top of the table, although who's to say that Mikuru Suzuki won't turn up against him, and suddenly
140.
all very bunched up, and could be even more so by the end of the day, and largely because Muramatsu's missed doubles have cost him.
60.
Speaking of largely, you've got to start with Core Decker. who statistically has been getting better as the day's gone on, which is kind of what you expect to see from people on
80.
debut. Expect a few nerves and it to be a little bit tricky at the start of the day. I mentioned there's an awful lot of cameras up on that
57.
stage now, and you can't help but see them in your eye line when you start walking back. It's so strange seeing someone tower over Kevin Painter. He's quite a tall man himself.
125.
And he certainly does that. Recently had a winner from the
119.
Nordic and Baltic area, Anton Ostlund, winning at the Super Series. He's actually only 2 spots above Core Decker in the Nordic and Baltic Order of Merit on the PDC Tour. So
118.
if he can do it, I'm sure Core can, and I'm certainly sure Andres Harrison can, because he's in the mix there as well. Above the pair of them.
100. Kodokar 38.
So 88 to land the first leg.
22. 123. Kodokar 16. Game shot on the first leg. Decker.
88 for Decker takes the opening leg, and it's a leg that Painter will want to forget, really.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That sentence reminds me of another dart player when he says 88 for Decker.
59.
There was, Jan Decker, wasn't it, who decided to adopt the nickname Double. Obviously, significantly improvement on his original
125.
nickname of Mr. Coat.
Six there.
Yeah, that was an interesting attempt at
58.
some kind of gimmick, wasn't it? Let's say it just didn't work.
The thing is, for a gimmick to work, it's got to
60.
be something that's got a hook or relatability that the crowd can join in and be a part of it. Did he just expect that everyone was going to start turning up to darts wearing coats?
Yeah, and I think it's got to be a part of you as well, hasn't it? It's got to be an extension of your personality for
96.
you to really make it sort of believable, but it just seemed odd.
Just picturing a Jan Decker
Yeah.
exhibition where everyone turning up wearing coats.
But there was the
100.
obvious nickname, isn't there, for a player called Decker? I think big red bus on the back of the shirt.
140. 95. Sorry, 135. Kodokar 82.
Experience there from Kevin Painter. Once you've retrieved your darts, you can't then argue the score was wrong.
62.
It will make
Kevin
a lot of
Yukar,
difference here because
87.
Kevin Painter should be guaranteed at least a dart at the bullseye. Goes for the big 20. Leaves the opportunity with the
62.
bullseye.
Kodokar 20.
More disappointment for Kevin Painter. A well-thrown dart, but it was just sat on the wire. It's double 10. For Decker, up to fives. The opportunity has
16.
gone. Kevin
Kevin
Painter
Yukar
breathed
25.
again. It's an opportunity that for Core Decker to break the throw of Kevin Painter.
Game shot on the
One
second
thing that
leg.
Kevin
Kevin
Painter
Painter.
does have his reputation, a reputation that he's forged from a nearly 30-year professional career.
Third leg, Calder through first. Game
And
on.
when you've not got that sort of experience here like Core hasn't, you may just see a couple of extra misses creep in at key moments.
58.
A lot of players that play Kevin Painter would have watched him on TV when they were young, aspiring darts players, and I do wonder still if sometimes
60.
people like the artists have that aura about them that can be worth an extra few points. I know that people on the senior, and I know it's different, it's Phil Taylor, but I know that
59.
people on the seniors too that are just emerging onto the tour now have just regarded Phil Taylor as their idol all their life. And you've seen some of them actually collapse in front of him, even though he's playing terribly,
59.
just because they can't quite get over the fact they're on stage playing Phil Taylor.
My mind instantly goes to Colin McGarry there at the World Seniors Championship. Exactly that same problem. A lot of people expected him to have picked up that victory,
60.
but he just couldn't do it against Phil Taylor. Kevin Painter's had many a battles over the year with Phil Taylor. And it
60.
makes you wonder as well, like, how far would Kevin Painter have gone had his ranking been different? Because he always tended to float around the 16 ranking, which meant a lot of the time in those Cedars events, he was
96.
always running into Phil Taylor.
But it's a remarkable record that he suffered against
100.
Taylor, wasn't it? And in the World Seniors Championship, he had that incredible victory in its maiden tournament, did Painter, when he finally returned to the scene of the crime at the Circus Tavern when he lost
96.
that world final and beat Phil Taylor. And it was a huge moment for him, even though he knew it wasn't the same as, you know, playing in the PDC. But that victory for Painter brought an end to a run of 21 years,
77. Kodakar
and 32
132.
consecutive defeats against the power.
Incredible statistics. But he's got the most recent one.
74. Kevin O'Carr
So in boxing
145.
terms, that makes him the champion of that tie.
$36. Kodakar 58.
Well, 18 here for Decker to get the most recent leg in this match. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
Core is
Kodakar.
on course to carry on the climb up the table.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $129.
One of the highlights of Kevin Painter's career was taking part in the Premier League, an experience he absolutely loved. He got that off the back of winning the Players
97.
Championship finals at the Doncaster Dome. And one of the highlights for Kevin during that period of time was sort of those low ton finishes, those sort of 1-5,
100.
110, 115. It sort of made him really competitive in that field, and I know he'd have loved another crack at it, but he still often talks about that Premier League campaign as being one of the finest times of his
100.
life. And how he really struggled off the back of that, because he loves the stage and the environment, and he loved being in front of those big crowds, and then to go from that to then playing in Barnsley and Wigan for £500
105.
behind closed doors, he really found that quite hard.
Yeah, it's 11 years ago now. 2012, he was in the Premier League. Of course, lost twice to Phil Taylor in that season. Just to highlight that record,
42.
111
Kevin O'Carr
and 113
113.
the averages for Taylor, also at a 9 darter against him. And that was the kind of reaction he had then as well.
83. $126.
It's
Kevin
been a good
O'Carr,
leg for
84.
Kevin Painter, but he needs to get it wrapped up. Got options here. Gives Cole the respect.
42.
He is
Kodakar
deserved.
136.
Some players would have opted to go on the 16s there and almost tell Core Decker, I don't think you're going to hit this. But that might have been a dodgy plan.
128.
Because he was a
Kevin
double
O'Carr,
eight away from
42.
taking out a 136 and getting his first tonpless checkout of the day. Interesting there. Kevin
Cole
Painter hit
O'Carr,
the 10
8.
and stepped back, but earlier he stepped back and had almost like a breath, there, he just went back and forwards. It was a rushed pause.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Decker.
And Core hits 4 for leg 4.
Fifth leg
Kevin
quarter
Painter
through
with that
first.
wry
Game
smile.
on.
He might as well come with captions, Kevin Painter. You can see exactly what he's thinking.
44. $100.
I do just feel he's lacked a bit of concentration today. Not for that first game. The first game was absolutely bang on.
99.
And it's even like that step back. I think that's a great bit to look at and say it just felt rushed. It was back and forwards.
140.
It was almost irrelevant of taking the step back because it was just so quick. Maybe that's something over the years that he's lost, that ability to concentrate throughout a day. He's always
83.
had that ability to be able to put it together for a game, which is why he always produced his best on the TV stages.
57. $81.
Well, Painter's still in the match, and he's a player who will continue to fight and scrap for everything he can get.
90.
Good last start. But the first 2 have left him in a spot of bother here.
$100.
Well, he's
Kevin
putting a bit
O'Carr,
of a fight forward, which is
114.
good to see. Needs a treble. Stays there for the lesser used
97.
double 17. Which
Cody
is more
O'Carr,
of the same for
94.
Kevin Painter, and an opportunity now for Core Decker after losing his first 2 matches to follow it with back-to-back wins.
Tops to do just that. Double 10 to do just that.
84.
Decker
Kevin
doesn't do
O'Carr,
it yet.
17.
Kevin Painter will return. He's going to have to burn a dart because he went for that double 17. And he's going to have to burn another one. 15 remaining. Double 4 for Painter to stay in it. And he
Game
does
shot on
stay
the
in
fifth
it.
leg. Kevin Painter.
Beaming grin on his face. You don't see that very often. But Kevin Painter clings.
Sixth leg,
into
Kevin to through
contention.
first.
I was just thinking about, I'd love
Game
to have
on.
a conversation with him about the method in when he steps back and when he doesn't, and whether it's just all of how he feels at the time. Because I was thinking that
140.
that dart he threw just above the treble 20 and decided to stay there made total sense. He was so inviting, threw straight at it. But then I was kind of surprised he didn't step back before going for the double 17.
140.
Yeah, I think it's purely just done on the moment. I don't think there's like a set plan. I think it's just on the moment. He doesn't want to feel rushed. He wants to do everything in his own time,
55.
his own way. And you've only got to spend 5 minutes in his house to understand exactly that. You may remember many times Kevin Painter coming on stage and there might be a little tiny piece of cotton on the
98.
carpet and he'll pick it up and throw it off the stage. Everything needs its place.
Pristine Painter.
141.
What is his place going to be in the group table after this match? Here at the MODUS Super Series, will it be Painter on 6, joint top temporarily, or will he remain on 4 and have
26.
another player in that party in the middle? It would be Painter, Muramatsu, Wickenden, and Core Decker, amassing 4 points apiece
125.
after 4 matches apiece.
When Kevin Painter dropped off the Pro Tour, he said it was because he threw games away, games he was
85.
leading
Kevin
in,
O'Carr,
games he was
40.
winning. He did that earlier on. He was 3-1 up against Muramatsu and
Game
let
shot
it
on the
slip.
sixth leg. Kevin Painter.
This is a game where it might be the opposite. Kevin Painter got a chance to do to Core Decker what he feels
Seventh and
others have
final
done
leg
to
quarter
him.
through first. Game on.
Decker does have the darts in the decider.
43.
And that is the invitation Kevin Painter's been waiting for to take advantage in this match.
93.
Big last start, chasing round, looking for a treble. Asks the question of Cordecca, who's experiencing this for the first time.
134.
Kevin's living every dart. You could see his head sort of tip to the side there when the 134 went in. He's getting drawn into the battle.
$73.
On 100 behind, 3 darts in hand. It is a battle.
When I say living every dart,
85.
Cordecca, 1 treble 5, went downstairs, hit the treble 19, and Painter's reaction straight away. I have to say, how have you got yourself out of that mess?
Timing.
140.
Kevin Painter again reacting. How dare he? How dare he hit that 140? I think
77.
he really does
Cordecca,
believe that it only ever
111.
happens to him, doesn't he, Kevin Painter? The Mario Balotelli of darts. And if this goes, he'll be thinking, why always me?
91.
Well, Cordecca has made mistakes at the back end of legs. This is not a conclusion here, and Kevin Painter is setting it up. Decker is only 21% on his finishing.
Cordecca,
He only
20.
needs one more hit.
Double 10. Double 5. Can't come inside.
Game shot on the
He
match.
goes
Cordecca.
And he gets the win. And Kevin Painter is seething as he exits the stage in the Super Series, because that victory for Cordecca has pulled him level on points with both Painter and another couple of players, Muramatsu and Wickenden. 4 players on 4 points in the middle of the table, but the one at the top on 6 and the one at the bottom on 0 are about to do battle next as Andreas Harrison meets Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Cord Decker got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. And so that now means we've got 4 players all tied on 4 points at the top of the table. And Andreas Harrison can go 4 points clear at the top of the table if he can get the better of Mikuru Suzuki. A real international flavour to this one is Sweden up against Japan, being watched by Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Yep. It is the bottom against top battle. Andreas Harrison has won all 3 of his games. Mikuru Suzuki has lost all 3 of her games. But how many times do you see it when suddenly the player at the foot of the field finds something to topple the one at the peak of the pile? Can that happen here? We'll find out over a possible 7 legs. But Mikuru Suzuki has not gone the distance in any of her games so far. She's only won 2 legs from her first 3 matches and has still only had 2 darts at
First
double
leg,
across
Andreas
those
to throw
games.
first. Game on.
The positive for her is she's hit both of them, and they've both been tumbleless checkouts, 110 and 123. But at the moment, I just can't see past Andreas Harrison at the minute. His last 2 games,
45.
he's averaged over 100. And when we look at the story of their day, it's just been 2 completely contrasting different matches. And Suzuki been really struggling to get that line right. She's been spending a lot of time in those
30.
fives. I think 2 things are going to have to happen here for Suzuki to
100.
get first points on the board. She's going to have to raise her game, and Andreas is going to have to drop his. We know she is capable of raising her game to dizzy heights, a 2-time women's
85.
world champion. Recent women's series winner, likely
45.
to be taking a place at the Alexandra Palace, where the whole Fallon Sherrick story nearly didn't happen, because Suzuki nearly took that honour just a couple of days prior.
41.
I believe it was a dart at double 18 she missed to beat James Richardson.
Indeed, it was another man who is synonymous with the Super Series, Richardson, although perhaps another man who felt more at home at
95.
previous venue at the Live League in Southampton when he hit a couple of 9 darters, including one against his own son.
I like that. I've always been one of them that
100.
believe in give them nothing. I play my son at air hockey. I want to beat him 7-0.
68.
Andreas Harrison will be wanting to win this one for now. And
30.
it'll start to look like he's
Andreas
already
Yukar, 148.
emerging as the main contender to win this group. If he does go through the card today, last
42.
matches against Kevin Painter, you can never take anything for granted against him. Been on the wrong end, Kevin Painter, of 2 4-3 results, and he could end up with a losing record today. That'll be really,
40.
really
Andreas
frustrating for
Yukar,
him.
106.
Potentially 2 legs away from going through the card himself. Can't be done now, this, for Andreas Harrison.
74.
And the 5 watch of Suzuki has really been on again here. So many darts going left. And again, really struggling to keep this straight.
40. Andreas Yukar, 32.
We'll come back to that in a moment. Double 16 though for Harrison to take advantage of the wayward
shot on the
darts from
first leg.
Mikuru, and he
Andreas
does do
Harrison.
that to win the first leg. I'm going to ask you, Matt, as an expert analyst,
Second leg,
technical
Mikuru to
coach,
throw first.
you
Game
always
on.
advise your students to do the warm-ups before they enter the fray. But there we see that 5 again. Now, we might say But that's due to tiredness. It might be
30.
a lack of practice. It might be over practice, whatever. But technically, what causes a dart to drift into the 5?
Normally, it's one of two things. It's either a rotation within the stance
61.
that will just cause a movement of the core. In Suzuki's case, actually a little bit of both looking at that front on. But this elbow position, again, over to the 5s.
135.
It lifts, which we've got. A lift in the elbow is fine, but it's coming up past the line of the shoulder. Now, if that comes up past the line of the shoulder, it tends to mean that the thumb's going to open more upwards than
100.
towards, which means the likelihood is we're going to go low 5. And if we go to the 1, it's going to be sort of a big one because it chops across the line. There's the low 5. Have a nice big
85.
1 now, just to make me look like a genius.
She does also do that thing, a bit sort of Simon Whitlock-esque, isn't it, where she comes in from the right to the centre. It's almost like she's moving
85.
towards the 5 segment as well. You see that movement, and again, as Matthew Edgar so perfectly put it,
85.
5 landing low, and it turn all those 5s into single 20s, and she might have had a few darts at double today.
Yeah, just a bit too much movement between the elbow and the
95.
shoulder, basically, in this situation. It should be a little bit more on the other side of the arm, the elbow to the wrist.
You could almost see before that dart landed, because it was such a firmer throw, that it would have gone straight.
60.
And she does get a
Andres
straight
Yukar,
visit.
160.
Leaves 106, but Harrison is on 160. And it might go. Double top. Well, that
120.
really would have hurt Mikuru
Mikuru
Suzuki. Now,
Yukar,
she's only had 2 darts
106.
at double today. And they've both resulted in 3-figure finishes being taken out. Can she get another? Not on this occasion.
58. Andres Yukar, 40.
When we talk about doubles, Andreas Harrison has been the man. Only got one more left here to
30.
double his lead. So
Mikuru
Suzuki
Yukar, 48.
should be getting more darts out of doubles. She's got a chance to double a tally. The amount of darts she's going to throw at the double. She's having a practice start of the doubles to set up the doubles.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Mikuru Suzuki.
100%. She might, could we say 125%
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
doubles?
Brilliant stuff from
Third leg,
Mikuru
Andres to
Suzuki.
throw first. Game on.
Cannot miss when it comes to the end of legs.
Maybe she wishes this game was played on a Yorkshire board.
100.
Yeah, she does love hitting the doubles.
You're familiar with what a Yorkshire board is. That is a dartboard that doesn't have trebles and it doesn't have a 25.
85.
The bullseye's tiny. It's just basically a point where all the wires come together.
Yeah, and in a former life when I used to play darts, I actually used to play a league on the Yorkshire board. and someone did
180.
take out 120 against me.
High 1, low 5.
And in between, 180, something that can't be achieved on a Yorkshire board.
7.
Another high one.
It's that line that she's cutting across. Rather than it be straight, she's cutting that diagonal line across the board.
140.
Part of the problem is as well, it's become so predictable for you, but she's not noticing it, otherwise she'd be correcting it. If she gets a low 5 here, we'll be high-fiving in the
81.
comms box.
Andres Yukar, 81.
But this is a great leg. While we're focusing on the problems for Suzuki, no such trouble for this man who's looking for a dozen darter on double 18.
45. $60. Andres Yukar, 36.
Good leg this from Andreas. Just 12 darts to leave himself double 18. A little bit frustrated here. May look at splitting this. Nope. Just goes aggressive.
Game from the third leg. Andreas
Squeezes it in
Harrison.
the bottom corner. Ronaldo would have been proud of that one.
Fourth leg Makuru to
I'm sure
throw
Mikuru
first.
Suzuki
Gimon.
was too happy with it. She's had enough.
I don't know whether she was doing a bit of meditation or she looked like one of those Mortal Kombat characters before you hit him with a fatality.
80.
Well, the first dart, it worked. Maybe she needs to do it between every dart.
$85.
Well, look, some
100.
improvement since that little zen-like state that she found herself in at the start of this leg.
$140.
Her and Kevin Painter are quite contrasting characters. They're the same, but totally different, aren't they?
$100. $100.
Andres Harrison just remains steady-faced throughout everything, just getting on with it, just a silent assassin in this group.
100. $136.
Another fantastic leg there from Andreas Harrison. Leaves tops after just 12. Trying to chase down that break throw on Suzuki, who will not get a dart at the bullseye. Andreas Harrison looking to take control of this
35.
match.
Andres Yukar 40.
Can do so on tops, and he'd be well advised to hit it.
Game
he
shot
has
on the
hit
fourth leg. Andreas Harrison.
The reason I said that is because we have to remember that Mikuru Suzuki is actually perfect on doubles today. Has not missed.
Fifth leg Andres to throw first. Game on.
But she's 3-1 behind here.
$140.
One more game to come for Mikuru Suzuki. That will be against
60.
fellow Japanese star Haruki Muramatsu, who himself can probably feel hard done by not to have more than 4 points. But he's had the opposite problem to Mikuru.
140.
Scoring has been sublime, but the doubling has been bordering on disastrous.
$121.
Dominant display though. Dirty Harry.
45.
And top of the table. Yet to taste defeat here in this group. One more game to come his way. That's against Kevin Painter.
180.
Where did that come from? Paul Hinks with a rare opportunity to call out a maximum from Mikuru Suzuki.
100.
And she's
Mikuru
still
Luka 140.
got a chance to stay in this match. He's not going to take this out, but Harrison may only get one dart double himself. Don't put another one in there.
85. Andres Yukar 76.
$25 bull to rescue it. Can't do it, so we now know that Mikuru Suzuki is going to win this leg because she does not miss darts at double.
40. Mikuru Luka
Yet to miss
55.
one so far today. We only have 3 darts of evidence to go on so far. That is a long, long way off, and that also spurns the opportunity to throw this one at a leg-winning shot.
39. Andres
Yes,
Yukar 36.
Andreas Harrison is going to continue this winning run.
Game shot in the match, Andreas Harrison.
And he does exactly that. A 4-1 win for the Super Swede. Suzuki, a little disappointed. She could have actually kept herself in contention, but for that really poor dart at double top. And it is Harrison who wins 4-1 to to make it 4 wins, an average just shy of 90 for him. Mikuru Suzuki still searching for her first win. She'll play against Haruki Muramatsu in a couple of games' time, but before that, Kordeka takes on Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andreas Harriason got the better of Mikuru Suzuki by 4 legs to 1. The Swede continuing his dominance at the top of Group A. I will get my words out eventually. Prior to that, we saw 2 4-3 victories for Kordeka and Chris Wickenden against Kevin Painter and Haruki Muramatsu, respectively. So those are results. This is how the table correlates. And as you can see, Harrison 4 points clear at the top of the table from 4 other players on 4 points. Painter, Muramatsu, Wickenden and Decker, respectively. Suzuki yet to get off the mark. So this is a big battle in the middle portion of the table then, as Decker takes on Wickenden. The winner of this one will end their day with 6 points to their name, and they will feel they are into the week. Right, Chris and Matt are in the commentary box to describe this one.
Can anyone stop Dirty Harry? Top of the table, 4 from 4, and looking a tough customer to crack. These two have both had an attempt at it. Kevin Painter will be the last man to see if he can stop Dirty Harry. Kordeka started his campaign off back-to-back defeats, but has really grown into the day on debut. Chris Wickenden, a man we have seen here
Looks
before.
like he's quarter through first. Game on.
He has taken part in groups C and B before, but this is his first crack at a full week, a full Group A campaign. He'll be hoping
134.
to not be playing in Group B and C this time around. However, he's going to need to find a little bit more consistency throughout his game to do so, but I think that's something he's going to find this week.
83.
So at the very start of the day that Chris Wickenden told me at a recent exhibition, he thinks he's going to grow into the week and he feels a lot less pressure knowing he's got a bit of time on his hands.
I do wonder, Matt, I'd be interested to get your opinion on this, but both of these players on 4 points. Now, assuming
60.
that Andreas Harrison goes through the field today and beats Kevin Painter in the last match, I know that's not a certainty, but if he does and he's on 10, do you need to be on 6 points? Despite it only being 2 days left to play, do you need to be on 6 points to have real ambitions of catching him?
For your own mindset, yes. For us who will sit here and we know
100.
how this works, we sit here every week, we
170.
know how it can turn around. The players don't watch this every week like we do. They don't know the possibilities and how often it changes and turns. And ultimately, as
81.
players, they just want everything confirming. They want everything now.
$42. Corridor car
Well, Decker
89.
and Wickenden both trying to get to that 6-point tally for today. It would be a positive day, winning more than you've lost. Particularly for Decker, because he lost his
57.
first two.
$140. Corridor car 32.
A double 16 to keep this run going for
Getting shot on
Cordecker.
the first leg. Cordecker.
Been impressed with Cordecker today. Even though he lost that first match, it
Second leg, Chris to
was
throw
a decent
first. Game
performance.
on.
Just a couple of missed doubles cost him.
That'd be a dart you can use.
100.
Just the 100.
$140.
This is Cordecker's last game of the day. His debut would be completed, and I think he's going to be quite happy when he leaves here, especially if he can get this victory over Wickenden and leave here on 6 points. But that is a big if if Chris Wickenden continues to find that red.
Well, when he does that, his
140.
intention was to reply in kind, but he does get the leg level. Oh, perfect. Perfect for Wickenden. Lay one on top. Actually lands
140.
one next to it, but he does leave himself an 81 after 9 darts, and this is a very, very good leg of darts.
60. Chris car 81.
Could be an excellent leg of darts, as good as we've seen all day. Double 6.
Game shot on the second leg.
Beautiful,
Chris
beautiful
Wickenden.
leg of darts from Chris Wickenden. A dozen darter to
The
square
recorder
up
through
with
first. Game
Cordecker
on.
in this match that I know it's only Monday, but could prove pivotal. The players will leave after this game, and one of them will be
95.
with a positive record on day one. The other will have a negative record on day one, and they'll have time to ponder. Looking like he's doing some pondering now, wondering
64.
why he could play so well in the previous leg and then start the next one like that.
Probably one of the most frustrating things for a dart player, but being a fine motor skill that's judged over fine margins happens more often than you'd
140.
probably want it to.
$59.
Decker pulling away.
100.
You see, he scored 100 there, but probably did it consciously, knowing that Chris Wickenden is so far behind him that he was never going to leave a finish.
100.
The likelihood is he wouldn't have gone for the 167 had he got the 2 trebles anyway.
42.
Personally, I would have used the 19s, but that's just habit. That's just going through that pattern of it's the right thing to do.
Well, I suppose doing it all the time eliminates you not doing it when you need to do it, doesn't it? So there are 2 ways of thinking about it.
125. Corridor car 124.
1-2-4. He will have to go for the ball if he gets the opportunity, because Wickenden is now on a finish. And he does get the opportunity. And he had a little look at his opponent's
99.
score, and you can see there he just
Visual
nudged
car
that wire around the
153.
bullseye. Now, percentage-wise, the statistics say that he shouldn't have gone for that bull. That he was more likely to win the leg by not going for it,
137.
giving himself
Quality
3
car
darts at double
25.
when he comes back. Let's see if this particular leg lines up with those stats.
9.
It does,
Chris
but only
car
just.
16.
Although he hasn't won it yet. Or lost it yet, should I say.
Great effort there. 2 darts right on the wire, but Chris Wickenden got 3 opportunities, 2 left to put one between the wires.
Frustration there, because that dart probably would have been a help usually to him.
Quality car 16.
I think frustration there because he knows the moment and the opportunity that presented itself.
Getting shot on the third
just to rub
leg.
salt into the
Cordeka.
wound. The double that he missed is hit by Cordeka, who leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't give much away, does he, Cordeka? He's very steely, very focused.
100.
A little more animated is his opponent. The two players that have really been like that today are Harrison and Decker, aren't they? I wonder if it's a Nordic trait.
134.
Magnus Carris, who we've mentioned a handful of times today, was nicknamed Poker Face. And that was long before Lady Gaga ever came up with it.
84. $93.
There a player nicknamed Gaga, wasn't it Gabriel Clements?
Yeah, changed it now to the German Giant. But if he was stood next to Cordeka, he'd have to revert back to his old nickname.
99.
Just be the German man.
Yeah, just the German.
$57.
Well, Wickenden likely to get level here.
$94.
And that last start helps him in that cause.
$99. Chris car 124.
When you've just missed a handful of darts, you tend to come back and have a combination finish and see it off and think, why can't I have done that when I had the 3 darts in the hand? Every
93.
time he's gone for that bullseye, he's come
Cordeka
really low,
118.
like below the 25.
Well, it's not the advised route, but having hit the single 18, it became simple.
86. Chris car
He does
31.
leave a double. He's 1 point behind Wickenden, but much better off. He has 3 darts at double if Wickenden doesn't hit with
Getting
one of
shot on
his
the
2,
fourth
but he
leg.
does.
Chris
So it's all
Wickenden.
square at 2-2.
I just want to go back to that 118
Just let
quickly, because you said it wasn't the
first, game
advised
on.
route to go for the 18s first. Now, the reason for that, had he hit the treble 18, you would have left 64 points. 64 points with 2 darts in hand and your opponent on a finish, you're likely to go
100.
14 and bull. However, if you get the treble 20, you need a single for the double. So you get no real bonus out of hitting that treble. You ended up still forcing yourself to the bullseye.
180.
And he won't have to worry about that kind of thing if he carries on being perfect in this leg.
96.
He's kind of doing in this leg what you
140.
suggested he might do at the very end of the previous leg, where he's just playing brilliantly and maybe wondering why it didn't happen earlier. But this is a good time for it to happen, because it's against the deck of darts.
38.
And this is the best time to break the throw as well in match play scenarios, because what he'll have the opportunity to do here, if he breaks the throw, he'll be able to take his darts out, walk straight back down the oche, and
80.
straight back into a throw-in position. Then he'll have the darts to try and serve it out and win the match. just leaves your opponent
96.
stood
Chris
at the back of the stage watching,
101.
and a bit of a miscount there for Cordecker has give Chris Wickenden 6 darts to see off this leg and get the breaker throw that he needs some point of this match.
Just shown some
49.
frailties with the counting and decision making in the last couple of legs. Usually a case you then hit 2 trebles and really start to kick
125.
yourself.
Chris Car 52.
But 52 for Wickenden. Big 20 and double 16.
One more opportunity.
36. Call your car 46.
Another break chance gone. He missed 4 darts to break the throw at the last attempt. Missed 2 in this one. In a leg, he's completely outscored his opponent.
30.
He's got
Chris Car
3 more.
16.
So double 8.
Getting shot on the 5th leg.
This
Chris
time
Wickenden.
it goes in, and that means that Chris Wickenden will throw to win his final match of the day
6
and
leg
take
Chris
his
to throw
tally to
first.
6
Game
points,
on.
leaving Cordecker on 4.
That'd be a great return here for Chris Wickenden, who's not had the greatest of successes when he's been
85.
down here. 6 points. Be a decent return.
A standout victory for him, probably the one against Haruki Muramatsu in his last game. Well, they're a bit of
80.
Robin Hood. From Cordecker.
59. $180.
Still some fight in Decker yet.
$134.
Both players finding their best at the crunch point of the game.
57.
Wickeden's guaranteed 6 starts from this point to do 2, 2, 3.
$59.
So, on a finish, potential match-winning finish. Cordecker's going to be on a better
100.
one. And
Chris
it's a much better one
164.
to stay in the game. But he won't if Wickenden can clean this up. Now, I would imagine he'd go treble 19. Because if he puts one in that treble like that, he's got plenty of room for another. Oh, he tried to go on top and he needed to go alongside.
96. Call your car 84.
Fourteens. He's gone aggressive. He's gone for the greedy shot, as some people would call it. Didn't make sure of the big number to give him a dart at the bullseye.
48.
Chris
Chris
Wickeden,
car 68.
as long as he stays straight and true, should get at least 1 match start.
And that dart is at double 16.
36.
Fails
Call
to
your
find
car
it. Match
36.
start missed.
Will he get more?
$18.
He will.
Chris car 32.
3 opportunities to save the match gone for Cordecker, and 3 match darts present themselves now for Chris Wickeden to end the day on 6 points.
Tricky. Oh, no, it's not.
No score.
But it proved
Call
to
your
be. I
car
thought the first
18.
start was closer to the double than it was. And it could have been high. But the second was so inviting. Was unable to use any marker. And the same
9.
can be said of
Crucial
Core
car
Decker.
32.
Double trouble at the end of this match. Is it the end of this match? Double 8.
24. Crucial car 9.
He's had his opportunities, has Chris Wickerden. 2 handfuls of darts. 7 in total for the match.
7.
But he gets
Crucial
even
car
more.
8.
Core Decker can't win the leg.
Tungsten tension at the Super Series. Well, he's actually made that double smaller. And
No
now
score.
he's in the
Crucial
wrong
car
double.
2.
The only one he's hit is one he didn't mean to.
Getting shot on the 6th
And
leg.
it's
Cole
rather
Decker.
fitting that that leg ended in the madhouse. Double 1, delivered by Decker, but Chris Wickenden. I mean, I'm just going to
7th and
admit
final
it.
leg quarter through first. Game
I've
on.
no idea how many darts he's just missed for the match. I've only got so many fingers and toes.
Technically,
134.
was 10.
Yeah, but should have been more, shouldn't it? Yeah.
But he only thrown the 9 because he hit the double 13.
Well, what?
96.
And again, we spoke about this match before. One player might be a little bit disappointed at the end of the day coming into tomorrow, and the other one will be quite happy. But if Chris Wickerden loses, that disappointment's going to become
100.
devastation, isn't it?
Well, he was so close to having a fantastic day here, but instead we now turn our attention to Core Decker, who lost his opening 2 matches.
96.
He could be leaving here with a hat-trick then of victories. And this will be his first game tomorrow as well, and will that put some scar tissue in the mind of Chris Wickerden? So many
81.
questions posing themselves forward now.
Just gets a little deflection,
86.
but he's now hoping against hope here, Chris Wickenden. He wants Decker to do what he did in the previous leg, basically.
It's in his hands.
130.
So many missed darts at doubles in this match. 30 in total between the pair. So nothing is guaranteed.
Can Decker do it?
135.
Chris
Call
Wickenden could, and 10 darts missed to win the match. Double 18 for Decker to do it with his first match dart.
Decker.
And he nails it. And Core Decker has totally turned his day around. He lost his first 2 matches. He probably should have lost that match. But Decker won his final 3 to take his points tally to 6. And Chris Wickenden, who could have had the same outcome today, will be left to dwell on a doubles disaster. Coming next, Mikuru Suzuki faces Haruki Muramatsu.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Wickerton missed 10 darts to get the better of Kåre Dekker before the break, before the Norwegian sealed a 4-3 success. Right, a couple more games to go for us, kicking off with Mikuru Suzuki against Haruki Murematsu with Glenn and Chris.
I'll introduce Matt Edgar for this one. Thank you, Henry. Is that the biggest insult you've ever had?
I can do a good Glenn impression. I once won the Premier League.
There we go. Let's get it right. Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar alongside me. Mikuru Suzuki and Haruki Murematsu on the stage. Paul Hinks with them as well, officiating proceedings today. And it's the last match for the pair of them. Murematsu has won 2 of his 4 games. Suzuki has won none.
First leg is Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
Limbering up for the final throws of the day. Well, Mikuru Suzuki, I mean, I did have a slight concern, I must admit, when I used my Japanese translation skills yesterday on her Twitter account. And she did talk about the jet lag and said she had no idea how to combat it. I did have a slight concern that today might go like this for her, but we do know what she's capable of, and I just hope that, you know, she manages to get a decent night's sleep and return tomorrow with the best version of herself and the best version of her darts.
100.
What do you think, Glenn?
It's ironic because last week he introduced Glenn and Chris when I was here. I just don't think he wants me here.
96.
But at least I can make predictions and get them wrong in Glenn's seat, and everything just fits in that way.
100.
So.
Well, go on. What would Glenn Durrant predict here?
Probably a 9-darter or something, because he's normally outrageously wrong.
140.
There's a 9-darter in this match now. I think you should donate your wagers to Glenn Durrant. I was with him at the weekend commentating on Mikuru Suzuki at the Women's Series, and we saw much, much better stuff than what she's been producing today. Of course, won one of the titles up in Wigan. She was then drawn against Fallon Sherrick in a prelim for one of the tournaments as well, and beat her in that one.
There's certain draws where when they come out, the players both look at it and go, and neither of them like the draw. And it's one of those things, though, that if you put your mind in the shoes of the other person,
26. Haruki
and you think they don't want this draw as much as I don't, you can actually see it as a positive.
$47. Mikuru 164.
Well, all those 5s have been the problem, haven't they? Too many. And she just can't seem to understand it.
28. Haruki 56.
Just can't straighten up the darts. It's all going left.
36. Mikuru 136.
Needs a couple of trebles. You have to have a poke at the 888. Won't be going. I mean, she has only missed 1 dart of the double today in the entire day, so
60.
There's a positive.
Haruki 20.
Well, it's double 10 for her opponent here to break in the opening leg. A bit of a practice swing before throwing, nudging the wire of double 5, but
15.
not finding it. So
Mikuru
Suzuki,
76.
who hasn't been missing doubles, should get a go at one, but she's got to stay straight, and she hasn't been doing that much. She's gone for the 16 and she's missed that. There is a benefit of going that route, which means she can still hit a single and then go for the bull. Had she missed on the
36.
5
Ryukyuka
or the
5.
one, she wouldn't have had that option, but it didn't work out in the end anyway. He wanted the 1 to get the 5.
1.
The double trouble from the previous
Mikuru
match seems to have
Luka,
carried into
40.
this one.
Contagious. Well, we've just been highlighting how good Suzuki's been on the finishers.
Double 5. Well,
No
actually
score.
better missing
Haruki
there than
Okada,
missing
4.
inside, but I don't think she'll come back. Maybe she will.
Game shot
Well,
on the first leg.
Right the
Haruki
first time, and
Muramatsu.
Muramatsu takes the opening leg against a throw. Now, interestingly, this pair have played
Second
on
leg, Haruki to
the
throw
Asian
first.
tour this year,
Game on.
exactly the same format as the Super Series, first to 4. And Mikuru Suzuki beat Haruki Muramatsu by 4 legs to 1 and averaged 95.61 in the process.
97.
And if you was watching Suzuki at the back of the stage there, don't worry. Make sure you're subscribed to YouTube because the Mikuru Suzuki
60.
yoga class will be coming as bonus content later on in the week. Very flexible that was, to be fair. That was mightily impressive.
100 the
That was
leg.
mightily impressive. A 180 from Muramatsu to really get this game going because the first leg was distinctly forgettable from both
39.
players. He does have a win against Mikuru. They've only met twice on record in steel tip darts anyway. And he did beat Mikuru 5-4 when they met 5 years ago now. But again, a competitive
60.
match from Mikuru. And just thinking back to that meeting they had in March on the Asian tour, that's the standard that she can produce. 95.61 average, a 4-1 win. It's not what we've seen today.
43. Haruki Okada 164.
And she's experienced enough to know that this is just one day. And this is a 6-day tournament. And you won't lose it on one day.
Is he going for it? He
139.
did go for it, and he almost got it as well. That was one of them where we say players, when your opponent's not on a finish, has the luxury of not going for it. Well, Mikuru was so far behind, he had the luxury of going for it, and it not really mattering that he left
100.
25.
Haruki Okada
And
25.
the bullseye a target that they use quite a lot in the soft tips and the sort of live darts. Target significantly bigger, and what we call the 25 also counts as the bull.
Well, should come for the 19s to ensure leaving a finish.
101. Haruki Okada 16.
Still does that by hitting the treble 7. Will she get a go at it?
Game shot on
No,
the
she
second
won't,
leg.
because
Haruki
Muramatsu has doubled his advantage, and he's looking to do exactly what we saw
Third leg Mikuru
Paul
to throw
Decker do
first.
in
Game
the previous match. And put himself on 6 points. He'd be in second place in the table if he does, and probably hoping that Kevin Painter can pull off a
100.
victory against Andreas Harrison. Painter last played in Game 11 against Paul Decker. That seems like quite a long time ago now, doesn't it?
134.
The fixtures, when they come out, there's certain positions as a player you'd rather be in. Kevin Painter's had the shift that most people don't want, which is playing the first and the last game. So it means
85.
everything else in the middle is stretched out.
His first game was his best. Can he bookend with brilliant performances, or will it be the end that he didn't want?
140.
Suzuki certainly not had the day that she wanted. Better.
Firmer, isn't it, as well?
135.
Penetration on the board.
Again, Muramatsu there or thereabouts. Thereabouts and then there.
100.
And he's left himself on a rather infamous finish when a certain referee's on the stage.
100. Ryukyuka 127.
I wonder if, when a player's going for that, if in the back of Paul Hink's mind he thinks about calling it that same way again, that iconic 127 in game. This is a good leg from Mikuru. Can she see it off with a double six?
Game shot on the third leg. Mikuru
Nice 15
Suzuki.
dart leg there for Mikuru Suzuki, just to remind us what she can do. I'm sure Muramatsu will know more than any of
Paul
us
Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
she's capable of on a regular basis.
$100.
So still one game to come. Kevin Painter against Andreas Harrison. Mikuru Suzuki, though, still fighting for her first victory.
55. $60.
Now we see Mikuru Suzuki's well, a real awful lot of gear there. Can she find the key to victory?
Reminds me of when Kevin Dowling went on with his sandwich tub as a darts case.
$55.
Did you ever have any lucky charms or anything that you've taken on the stage with you?
No, I'm not really a superstitious sort of person, to be honest. Although on Saturday we did
41.
I was going to say the pleasure of, but I'm not sure it was, hearing the story of Scott Mitchell and his lucky pink pants. But you do hear a lot of superstitions,
60.
especially when you're on the practice boards. Like, I've heard players say they're going to have a good day today because when they was driving to the venue, the traffic lights turned green as they approached them, so they didn't have to slow down. It was a sign.
Yeah, Robert Thornton had his teddy, doesn't he, that he takes on with him?
45.
You mentioned about Kevin Painter liking to, if he saw a bit of fluff on the stage, he'd throw it off. Joe Cullen throws off an imaginary bit of fluff when he gets on the stage. That's his little superstition.
180.
Haruki Muramatsu just hits 180s. Probably a better way to ensure you win darts matches.
It's a more sustainable approach, isn't it? You can't always rely
60.
on a bit of fluff on
Rookie
the floor or a
46.
green light changing for you.
And he finds the green
Game
bit.
shot on the fourth leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
There are some players that just feel they're the
Looks
most
like
unlucky
Mikuru to throw
person in the
first.
world
Game
as
on.
well. And I remember a very funny story, actually.
One of them's coming up next.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Painter's one of the most unlucky players in the world, if you ask him. Chris Mason also went down that road as well. He was one of those sort of players.
140.
And I just remember we was working commentary together here at the Super Series, and we're in the same accommodation together. And I've walked down, and it is glorious sunshine,
140.
clear blue sky. He walks in, 15 minutes later, absolutely dripping wet through. And I'm like, how have you got wet? Like, it was clear blue sky. He must just had a cloud following him, soaking him all the way down.
41.
Maybe there's some kind of law of attraction. Lovely first start for Muramatsu, who's looking to sign off with a victory
85.
here that would cap a decent day for him, but I think he might even reflect on the day and think it should have been better. 3 out of 5, but he averaged around
60.
103 in his defeat to Andreas Harrison. Missed 9 darts at double. He missed 10 darts at double in a 4-3 defeat to Chris Wickenden. He's probably thinking that one more
100.
win would have better reflected the way he's played today.
Well, there's a bit of encouragement here from
100.
Makura at the back end of this game. Dart's getting a little bit more firmer. But a long, long way from the Suzuki we know.
95. Mikuru Yuka,
It's
160.
taken her a while. I mean, she hasn't really been in any game, but she started so slowly in every match. It's been difficult. Can't produce a party piece to keep this one going.
100.
So
Mikuru
Haruki
Yuka,
Muramatsu
81.
as the match at his mercy. Treble 19 will be the first target. Now 12. That leaves double 13 for the win.
55. Mikuru Yuka,
Suzuki.
60.
Breathes again.
Chance to save the game and extend. Chance to hold the throw. Double 15. Shot still on. And that could
45.
be the last dart she
Haruki
throws
Yuka,
here
26.
on a Monday afternoon.
And it will
Game
be
shot on the
because
match.
Haruki Muramatsu sealed a 4-1 success against his fellow Japanese star. It hasn't been Mikuru Suzuki's day at all here on Monday, and she's going to need a miracle if she is going to climb to the top of this group. A different day tomorrow, disappointing one for her today. It's Haruki Muramatsu who wins by a 4-1 margin. There's one game left to play. Kevin Painter takes on the so far undefeated Andreas Harrison.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Victory for Haruki Muramatsu before the break against Mikuru Suzuki by 4-1 means that he moves on to 6 points in the group. Kevin Painter can do exactly the same if he can get the better of Andreas Harrison. However, a win for the Swede would mean that he would have completed the card today and have picked up all 5 wins from all 5 of his matches. Now, to avoid the mishap of the previous game, I'm just going to be very generic now and head down to the commentary box and to join our commentators. Hello, commentators.
Hello, presenter. Welcome back to the action for one more match today, and it's a chance for that man in your picture, Andreas Harrison, to complete a flawless start to his week at the Super Series. It would be 5 wins from 5, but the man trying to stop him is Kevin Painter, the artist, who's looking to join Haruki Muramatsu and Kordeka on 6 points in the Group A table and keep Andreas Harrison within 2 of the chasing pack. Just for clarity, I'm Chris Murphy. Matthew Edgar is alongside me.
Definitely no Glenn Durrant here, just to clarify.
First leg, Kevin, you through first. Game on.
He started the day perfectly. Kevin Painter kicked off with a 97.5 average, and most of that game was over the 100 mark.
82.
Not been able to continue in that vein. He's been down in the low 80s throughout the day. Andreas Harrison has recorded 2 averages already today. Over the 100 mark, we have seen 3.
45.
Action. 2 from Andreas Harrison, 1 from Muramatsu, who's just got the better of Mikuru Suzuki to end his day.
44.
6.
Just saw Harrison himself sort of stretching out, limbering up in the background there. He's not shown any sign of fatigue, but it has been an elongated
100.
Monday session, thanks to the fact that 3 of the last 5 games have gone the distance, including Painter's defeat to Kordeka. That one will
45.
probably sting a little bit. Beaten 4-3 by Kordeka and Haruki Muramatsu, Kevin Painter. So he's only 2 legs away from being in the same position as Andreas Harrison.
And he'll be aware of that as well. He'll feel like he's had it in his
39.
hands. He's had the opportunities. But there is an opportunity presenting itself here, and that's for Andreas Harrison to break the throw of Kevin Painter at the first turn.
60.
Yeah, Painter needs a couple of trebles just to get down to the same kind of finishing range that Harrison's in, and he can't
60.
do it.
Andreas Uakar,
So it's 6 starts
156.
to break in the opening leg for the league leader.
Big last start there from Dirty Harrison. Might switch down to the 19s here.
91.
The
Andreas Uakar,
132
56.
significantly easier than a 131.
Well, missed the big number, but can still rescue the shot. He's done that a few times on finishes today. That's one little chink in the armour. But double 16 is
40.
calling.
Kevin Uakar,
Not
140.
Can Painter pick his pocket? Couldn't. Can leave top with a treble
60.
20.
Andreas Uakar,
Can't
16.
even get that as a consolation prize. And now Harrison has 3 at double 8.
Good marker for the way that his darts lie. That's even better.
No
And he
score.
somehow
Kevin Uakar, 80.
found a way to miss the double. The doubles that he wasn't missing earlier on in the day has now presented Kevin Painter an opportunity to hold on to his darts.
Keeps doing this on tops. He's going tops, but if you're going to do that,
60.
you can't put them
Andreas
in the
Uakar,
way like
16.
that. He's playing it too safe to bother going that way, I think.
Well, that dart at tops actually
Getting shot
hit
on
the
the
darts that
first
was in
leg.
the way.
Andreas Harrison.
It became an issue. The darts, the equipment presented the problem.
Second leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
If you go for treble 20 and miss it, then you can put another dart in the single 20. You might have a little bit of an obstruction, but not as much as he had there. Or, of course, there's the
41.
modern way. I'm not sure Kevin Painter is going to be throwing a flatty anytime soon, but that is what the kids are doing these days. Owen Bates, Luke Littler, Darryl
122.
Gurney, I think, was the first person to do it.
Does make perfect sense for a person who has their dart sort of stand up to attention.
135.
So you can't teach an old jog new tricks, but the hammer fellow
98.
senior dart player. Now he actually throws under the treble 20. He goes for the little tiny 20. Very risky tactic.
100.
Well, what about the first dart? You go at tops if you miss underneath. 10 bull. Could go for the treble, couldn't you, and hope
60.
you get a double. Or am I just being silly now?
I think we're making a simple situation hard.
But that's what he did, wasn't it? He made it difficult, and Harrison
81.
got the leg in his pocket. And is down to a finish first in this one, but Painter may be in a very good position to break back.
140. Andres Ricard, 144. $58. Kevin Ricard, 81.
So, 19s. Treble 12, or the single leaves the bull. And it is the bull.
47.
Fails to find it. and
Andres Ricard,
Harrison
86.
taking this out really would make Kevin Painter snarl.
$70.
What does Kevin
Kevin
do
Ricard,
here?
34.
I think he might go straight for this.
Game shot on the
straight
second
in
round.
as well.
Kevin Painter.
He's not one of these players that sort of fear certain parts of the board or have preference. He's obviously got
They'd like Kevin to throw
his
first.
favourites in terms of the areas
Game
he'd
on.
like to be, but it certainly doesn't put him off throwing at any other section.
Andres Harrison couldn't believe he'd been broken. Then he started the little step forward towards Yoki until he heard Paul
45.
Hink say it was Kevin to throw first and had to step back.
I just wonder if
60.
Andres Harrison here has had that sort of... It's a great feeling when you're playing well, but then when you've got to do it like across the day, like he does today, 5 performances,
60.
when you had back-to-back 100 averages, everything feels like a downgrade then. And you feel like you're dropping your performance all the time. How many times do you see somebody go and have a 107
100.
average in their opening game and then they lose the next round with an 82?
Is he going to run out of steam
100.
come the end of the day and just lose one match? And it could be monumental when you look at the way the table is sitting at the moment. He's either 4 points clear of 2 players and 6 points clear of 2
100.
players, or just 2 points clear of 3.
$95. $60.
Painter's still muttering away to himself on approach.
$60.
I've been told off before you've done anything wrong.
Just all feels a bit like effort at the moment for the both.
60. Kevin Ricard, 141.
Needs a spark here, does Kevin. Now go back to that Premier League campaign when these were the sort of shots he was taking out on a weekly basis.
89. Andres Ricard, 121.
Use himself handy. Dirty Harry can't go out, which he can't. A slip on the first start, so Kevin gets to begin the process now.
81. Kevin
Coming
Ricard,
up.
52.
Taking the lead.
Chooses tops. And that looks like a glorious guide for
Game shot
Kevin
on the third
Painter.
leg. Kevin Painter.
Uses it superbly. And Andres Harrison's unbeaten start is now firmly under threat.
Fourth leg, Andres to throw first. Game on.
Much to the delight of Muramatsu, who will end today on 6 points, as will Kordeka. Chris Wickerden as well on 4 points.
140.
Will still be in touching distance. If Andres Harrison was to reach 10 points, you'd then start to need a whole day just to put yourself back in contention.
We had
140.
a really close Group A last week, but a situation where the guy who actually ended up finishing 4th could have won it if he won his last match. That's how close it was. Robert Thornton was
60.
either going to win the group or go into Group C. But I think if this one's going to be close, then this match has to be won by Kevin Painter.
140.
Not often do you get a massive match on a Monday. You do get the sense, I repeat again, either Harrison will be 4 points clear of 2 players or just 2 points clear of 3 players.
180.
He makes a move. The 180 gets him 100 in front, but on throw, and Painter is going to pressurise.
100. Andres Vicar, 121.
He said it needed a spark. We've certainly got that now. Bullseye for a level game.
83.
Well, Andreas couldn't do it. Can Kevin? Kevin, same equation, 1-2-1, but this is for a breaker thrown to put himself one leg away from the match. Rebel 17 won't go.
97.
Harrison, an opportunity
Andreas
to put
Vicar,
right the wrongs on the
38.
doubles. He's only 1 from 8 at this point.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Andreas
Made that
Harrison.
2 from 9 for Andreas Harrison, and this match becomes a race to 2.
5th leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Will it be the league leader, that man there, yet to be beaten, or this man, Kevin Painter, looking to end
100.
the day with a positive record?
Probably feeling a little bit frustrated there, Kevin, because he actually left
85.
double 12 after just 12 darts and didn't get a shot at it. And the way that the game's been going until that point, prior to that leg starting, you'd have expected him
134.
to be coming back.
Still playing some decent stuff at the moment, Kevin Painter. Is it a good spell?
100. 67.
Good rescue from Painter. It was starting to go wrong this leg for him there after those first 2 darts, but that just keeps him with a healthy advantage.
60. 60.
And a little bit of a cushion here in the scoreboard, which is now going to equate
44.
to a
Kevin
cushion in
Newcastle,
the throw. He's going to have 6
140.
starts here from the 140. He would love to take it out, but just a ton would be more than good enough. Nice big 20.
100.
That's part 1 done. Will return for tops to put himself a leg away from getting his 3rd victory of the day. And to continue that pattern of
140.
win one,
Kevin
lose
Newcastle,
one,
40.
win one, lose one.
Game shot on
on
the
for the
5th
win
leg.
one.
Kevin Painter.
Well, he wins that leg with that double top, and Andreas Harrison now throwing to force a decider.
6th leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Painter has the victory in his sights.
96. 100. 96. 41.
Going down to the 19s. Don't know if he's just complicating it a little bit
121.
with Kevin Painter unable to leave a finish from 360. The best he can do is cut it in half, but he's going to get nowhere near that.
81. 60. 39. Andres Yukar 128. 41.
Well, Painter might get back into this. If he can hit a 140 here, he might just rattle the cage of his opponent.
140.
That's exactly what
Andres
he does.
Yukar 87.
Harrison may only get a dart at the bullseye. Painter may still have a chance to win it in this leg. He gets better than that. 2 at double
Game shot on the
18.
sixth leg.
Only
Andres
needs
Harrison.
1.
Seventh and final leg, Kevin, you throw first.
So it all comes down to this. Kevin Painter has won just 2 matches today. He's lost 2 matches today as well. And both of them have been in last leg deciders.
60.
Andreas Harrison has won every single match he's played.
95.
Kevin may think that he could have had that record that Harrison's got.
97.
But a couple of legs gone the opposite way.
85. 60.
Even if he loses this game, he might look back on the day with frustration, Kevin Painter, but he will be doubly disappointed in defeat. And defeat may be around the corner because that maximum has put Andreas Harrison in charge.
140. Andreas Yukar,
Defiance from
141.
Painter. But it's still advantage Andreas in this last leg.
100. Kevin Yukar, 144.
Can Painter produce a party piece? Well, not only has he missed it, but he's blocked it. Doesn't have to stay there.
26. Andreas Yukar,
Painter
41.
really, he's going to be really annoyed. 3 defeats in last leg deciders, it looks like, but Harrison has missed a big number there. So 29 remaining. Options for Andreas Harrison. 13 for double 8.
25.
Kevin Painter
Kevin Yukar, 118.
only scored 26 with his last visit, leaving himself on this tricky 118. And he's saying it, 26. Well, Kevin, you got yourself into this mess, mate. You get yourself out of it. Needs to find the treble. Can't find the treble.
60.
And
Andreas
Kevin Painter
Yukar,
may be
16.
condemned to a 3rd defeat of the day as Andreas Harrison takes aim at double 8. That should be a good dart for him.
Game
He
shot of the
uses
match,
it
Andreas
to defeat
Harrison.
Kevin Painter. And for the 3rd time today, Painter is beaten in a last leg decider, meaning Andreas Harrison has completed the card. He's won every single match today. A 4-3 win against Painter to end it. But it's a super start for the Super Swede at the Super Series.
It most certainly is, Chris. And as Kevin Painter came off stage, he's just said simply one word: how?
How would you start a day the way you did and end the way you did as well? That's the big how, I think, that is the question that we need to try and work out. And for Kevin Painter, I do fear that the concentration just lapses at times, and I think that's what we're seeing quite a little bit there. He came in today absolutely flying, 97 average, and I did think, however, he started the day, it was going to continue through. I said the fact he started the day very well looked like a really positive sign, but be mightily disappointed how it's ended.
Yeah, this is how today stacks up then. These are the results from the 15 games that we saw from 9:30 this morning. It's been a marathon day here at the Super Series, but it's been a perfect day as far as Andreas Harrison is concerned, completing the card 5 wins from 5. Now, he was the bookmaker's favourite at the beginning of the day, and maybe we asked 1 or 2 questions as to how they got to that summation and that equation. But when you look at the levels he provided today, consistently as well, you can see why they favoured him.
Well, whatever system they used has just been vindicated. It was correct. It was the right system to use in order to put him as favourite today. He's gone through the card. He's won all the matches, but he's also done it in quite good style as well. He had those 2 averages in the middle of the part of the day where he broke the 100. He won a match with a 164 finish. Everything seems to be going right for Andreas Harrison. And then when people have come to the situation where they can beat him, they have failed to cross the line. He is now going to be the man to beat moving forward.
This really was the game of the day, wasn't it, against Haruki Muromatsu? Both players averaging in excess of the ton. In Muromatsu's case, 103, but it was missed doubles on that particular occasion that cost Haruki.
And to average 103 with that many missed doubles is an incredible performance there from Muromatsu. It just shows how big his scoring was. So many 2 treble visits in that match from both players. Real big highlight of the day.
Yeah, let's have a look and talk about the rest of the field. Out of everybody away from Andreas, who do you think will come out today most pleased with their performance?
Do you know what? I don't really think anybody's going to come out overly happy because they've all had opportunities of all their chances. Where we talk about Muromatsu probably as the player who's the most likely to go, I'm actually quite happy with that. But then he missed his doubles. He could have beat Andreas Harrison. We then look at Chris Wickerden. If he'd have won that last game, if he'd hit any of those 10 match starts that he missed, he'd probably have came out of here and been quite happy. But there's always going to be something that's going to bookmark someone's disappointment of today.
What would be your assessment of Cord Decker's debut here at the Super Series?
I like what I see. I was impressed with him. The level of focus and determination across his face was clear to see. He said to me this morning that he's really looking forward to this and he's quite excited to be here at the Super Series. Started slow, but even though he started slow with those 2 defeats, he still looked competitive. So even when he's not playing his best, we know he's likely or he's going to get opportunities. And then he ended with those hat-trick of wins. Really impressive with him.
Most certainly was. Right, let's have a look at the table then before we go up to the end of the first day's play. Andreas Harrison is leading the way, having won all 5 of his opening matches in the group. Haruki Muromatsu and Cord Decker both on 6 points. Kevin Painter, Chris Wickerden on 4. Makura Suzuki yet to get off the mark. And we kind of caveated the performance yesterday in the women's series. Does it become a bit more of a concern now?
It depends. It depends how she processes this. Does she put this down to something? If she knows there's a reason behind this, she can bypass this. If there's no reason for this, if this is just poor performances, then that's when you start being concerned. For me, the concern isn't the fact that she's got no points. For me, the concern is the fact she's only won 4 legs. And she's been very, very restricted to very few darts at doubles today.
Well, Matt, definitely. Matt, thank you very much for your company. Glenn will not be here tomorrow. Matt will definitely be here tomorrow. Chris Murphy and the rest of the gang will be as well. So I hope you can join us 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel for all of the action. And it could be a moving day as well here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As far as day 1 is concerned at the Super Series, it's all about the Super Swede. Andreas Harrison mashing together 5 wins. We'll see you tomorrow.